with Chris and Sabrina at 637-0094 on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Turn your lights down low and pull in your window curtain. Oh, let your love come shining in, into our life again. I'm saying, ooh, it's been a long, long time. I got this message for you, girl. But it seems the time was never on time. Still I wanna get this to you, girl. On time, yeah. I wanna give you some love. I wanna give you some good, good loving. Oh, I wanna give you some good, good loving. Turn your lights down low, yeah. Never ever try to resist, oh no. And just let your love come shining into our life again. Saying, ooh, I love ya, I love ya, I love ya. And I want you to know right now, ooh, I love you. And I want you to know right now that whoa. Once again, couple of lovers, yeah. Let's it up.
Chris and Sabrina with The Link. Here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
I've been there before now. I've seen many doors closing now. And now that I'm searching, well, it's you that I'm seeing. Ooh, she didn't want me to go now. Her tears slowly so closing now. And now that I'm searching, well, it's you that I'm seeing. Ooh, find my way back to my first love. Back to my first love. The music, whoa, whoa, find my way back to my first love. Back to my first love. My first love. Whoa, whoa. I share my room now. I share my food now. Prepare a life for you, and I believe God bless your womb. provider, sun or moon child. You are the apple of my eyes. Believe, find my way back to my first love. Back to my first love. My first love. Whoa, whoa, find my way back to my first love. Back to my first love. The music, whoa, whoa, find my way back to my first love. Back to my first love. The music, whoa, whoa, find my way back to my first love. Back to my first love. The music.
Rosinha uli di sombranza temak et zu ita saluda antes di niga Razzaus and malak estrezas durante in todo in memu a no distancia como kupugi palu zangiman malak guafi Ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau Esta pagua pumalapa Giluk tanu man libri Sentamiti man ko badi
Samoru purita nota kantai matu nanyagi todu ilugat parai honra parai gloria abibais la sin parat parai honra parai gloria abibais la sin parat todo e tempo e paz para kita dan gini langit na bendition Concai peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon Concai peligro na fan sofuham Zeus protegis languahon
about you. I would be lying if I said that I could live my life without you. You know, I don't tell you all the time. You had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know, you got all of me. And I belong to you. You're my everything. In case you didn't know, baby, I'm crazy about you. I would be lying if I said that I could live my life without you. 'Cause even though I don't tell you all the time, you had my heart a long, long time ago. In case you didn't know, ooh, in case you didn't know, in case you didn't know, ooh, in case you didn't know.
Good morning, Guam. Hi, Sabrina.
Hi.
Good morning, Jason.
Good morning, my friends. Good morning, sunshine.
Beautiful day out there.
Good morning, Monday.
Yep, it is Monday, just like that. Wow.
Back to work, back to school. Let's get it. Or not. Stay
Yeah,
in bed.
I mean, you don't have to get it. It's here.
Yeah.
Monday morning, we'll do work week weather coming up. I don't know why it's first thing out of my mouth, but because we had come up, there was an advisory over the weekend that said that we could expect some showers on Tuesday. So we always do work week weather on Mondays with the National Weather Service, and I think it's going to be Landon I led this morning, Jay.
Yes, sir. Landon
on.
is coming in, and
Okay.
you know, Landon. If there's a tropical disturbance out there, he's on top of it. And he's very, very excited about it.
Right. If there's a disturbance in the forest, we're going to tell you all about it.
And Landon will like when there's a tropical disturbance, he'll make like 5 or 6 like Star Wars references. He drops a few Easter eggs in his weather report. I don't know if you guys ever pick up on that, but he's very, very crafty.
Well, before we get too far into the show, I did
Yeah.
want to wish my nephew in Vegas a happy birthday. His name's Andrew Tenorio.
Hey.
So happy birthday, Andrew.
Oh, Tenorio? Which Tenorios, Bree?
His mom is a Tenorio.
So that's your family too, right, Chris?
Could be, yeah. We could be actually related.
All right, so you guys ready?
Yeah. Are there any other birthdays first?
We'd have to check in the stream.
Elks Grove is saying half a day and good morning. to
Elk
us.
Grove in Cali. How's it over there in Cali? Oh, we have also good morning from Idaho.
Idaho.
Hey.
All right, Irie, what's up? Brad and
Potato
Jen.
country.
Good morning. Miss you guys over there. Ken Paulino, good morning. Mama Bear, Debbie Davis, who celebrated her birthday over the weekend.
That's right. So happy belated birthday to Mama Bear. And she also joins us in with the multiple snowflake emoji.
Good morning
'Cause-
from the hood called Dedido.
That's keeping it real, man. It is what it is.
Yep.
That's like the Compton of Guam. Elizabeth Agagi, good morning. Bev Tess, Jay Salas, Chamarita Rages. Half a day. Hey, Rosemary Laguania, good morning on you.
Good morning.
Roberto Fraccassini, good morning, Mr. Fraccassini. Good to
It's
see
a
you.
great day for a run, Signore. We hope you have a good one.
Right on. Jennifer Uruo comments in, good morning from snowbound Minnesota, Jay.
Ooh, Minnesota. Up there, it's just so good, you know. You go in there and you watch a game with the Timberwolves or the Vikings, and then you
It
go.
really sounds like an Irish accent.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's supposed
And
to
I
be.
found me a 4-leaf clover on top of a box of Lucky Charms. Shiver me timbers.
I asked me date to the prom, and she said to kiss me Blarney Stone.
All right, 6:23.
Oh, but by the way,
Yeah.
Mr. Fraccassini, I think I've mentioned this before, but our own Hannah Davanzo, who is half Italian, we do want to like connect you guys and everything because she said she is an amazing Italian chef, and she's actually shipping all of her cooking goods, and she said there are many.
Yet to be proven, though, Jay.
Yeah. But she does. We would like to connect like the two of you and just
Right.
fellowship and talk about food.
He actually came by. Mr. Francini came by last week, and they're doing an event centered around Dante's Inferno.
Oh, really?
The poet Dante, yeah.
Yeah.
I think we'll invite him on the show. I left the flyer
Thank
on
you.
your desk.
I saw that. Yeah.
The 9 circles.
And so actually Hannah came out and met with him, and they were all like, "Good arrivederci in Italian." I didn't know what they were saying. They could have been talking about you. I don't know. There was a lot of Italian.
But
based
Hannah speaks fluent Italian.
Good morning, guys. It's 6:25. Also, there's some big things popping that we kind of let you guys know about over the weekend relative to AI health and our KUAM Diabetes Awareness Month campaign.
Right, we're so excited. We launched the series yesterday. It's a 6-part series. So on Sunday, we heard from the governor about diabetes awareness. Today, we're going to have some guests to talk about the impact of diabetes on Guam. Joining us will be Calvo Select Care Frank Campillo and Dr. Dolores Lee. I believe she's an expert in family medicine on Guam. So the entire week is going to be dedicated to promoting diabetes awareness, and it's in partnership with AI Health, which is going to be conducting a validation study on Guam in the very near future. So we're really excited about it. Friday is going to be the town hall meeting on our station. So if you have any questions about diabetes, please feel free to post them in the comments, and you can call us live during the show.
671 637 0094.
If you ever needed to know that Guam is 671, now is the right time, because now technically you have to put that in there.
Mm-hmm. And diabetes is a very big deal on Guam, especially when you take into consideration that 1 in 6 people on island has diabetes. So
Yeah, and I know you guys know just from me talking about it on the show is I had my own diabetes incident this year. And Bree, I think a lot of people are like this. You start getting the exercise, you put in the diet, and then, I don't know, a pandemic hits maybe, and it kind of just throws you off, and maybe you got to work all the time, and you don't have time to exercise, but you're eating, and you're continuing to eat, and you're not exercising, and, so it happens to the best of us, guys, and so I actually had my, the scare this year. I went in for an appointment with Dr. Hoa, and my numbers weren't so good. They were right at the beginning of diabetes. And so he was like, hey, you got a few months to work hard, and that's what I've been doing. But, not everyone's so fortunate or lucky or has the time to do the same thing. So I'm curious to ask questions about what are the other things, other than the hard work, what are other things that you can do to kind of manage and lower all of your numbers.
And I'm glad you said that, because tomorrow on the link, we're going to be having a panel on to talk about diabetes prevention and care. So we're going to be having people talk about nutrition, about exercise. We've got Boca Box, Jesse Rosario coming on, Agnes White, she's a registered nurse.
Yeah.
We've got Mike Scrow from Paradise Fitness. And also Rosé Calvo. She's a dietitian from Payless Markets, Guam. So that's tomorrow's discussion. And all of our shows to promote diabetes awareness, it's at 9 o'clock every morning right here on the link.
All week.
All week.
Right.
And we've got experts that are coming on to talk about the technology that's currently available on Guam, and then the future technology that's going to be out there. And I tell you, we were mind blown when Jason and I were talking with them earlier as we were preparing for this show about where the future of diabetes care is heading. And it's really quite amazing to know that there's these certain devices that it's currently being developed now to gather data, basically, from these different devices that you will be using, hopefully, in the near future. And even the devices that are currently available that some people may not know about, that it has transformed from just pricking your finger to devices that you can, wearable devices, right?
Yeah, and it is truly, Bree captured it. It's like mind-blowing. And, we kind of say in the piece that Bree and I kind of unfortunately bear the responsibility of being the children of at least one parent who, has had diabetes and, needs a treatment. And you have the finger pricking thing multiple times per day, or if you're insulin dependent, you have to pinch like a little part on your body and then put it in there. But the treatment that is already available, and like Bree said, like coming up in the future and everything like that, practically eliminates like all that. And instead of taking like 3 readings per day and then requiring, you know, somebody to kind of like sit there and hopefully they get it right, you know, the 8 doesn't look like a 3 or something like that. It's actually all automated and it's all in the cloud, and it takes 60 readings per day. So the data is actually much more reliable.
Wow.
And you know, it goes instantaneously to your physician. So I mean, it's amazing stuff.
Well, you had me at not having to prick the finger anymore. 'Cause
Exactly.
I don't like doing that. I don't like it.
And I know what you guys are thinking.
Because
Okay,
you like tense up when you know that little prick is coming.
When we talk about this kind of topic, I mean, we see the numbers. Like, you know, people tend to say like, "Oh man, they're talking about like health and everything like that."
Right,
And some
yeah.
people, you know, get skittish about that. But I mean, the one thing that everybody emphasizes is that diabetes is controllable. I mean, it's not, you know, if you're diagnosed, you know, it's totally downhill from here. I mean, if you are on the spectrum or if you have been diagnosed, you can actually beat this and you can control this, and that's what we're really trying to get
Yeah,
across.
for real. Because like
So
when
please pay
yeah.
attention to this stuff because it's really good information. It's absolutely free, and just give it some of your time and everything like that because this is really worthwhile stuff.
I mean, there's hope, guys. A lot of people when they get like when I got my diagnosis, all I kept thinking about was because we work right next door to a dialysis center,
Yeah.
and I know so many people. We all have known so many people who, and you see it. They go from they got diabetes to they're not doing anything about it to they're at the dialysis to they're dead. Right, and so when you get that diagnosis, that's what I saw in my mind was I just saw straight ahead to the tombstone. So you got to work hard and do things, and it's great that they are going to take some of the hard work out of it with this technology.
And this is one of the reasons why I was, you know, jumping at the opportunity to be involved, like with this special series that we're doing all week long right here on this show, is that, you know, diabetes is, you know, the disease that took the life of my father prematurely and everything like that. So it's, you know, again, you know, it's a no-brainer. It's like I have to share this information with you guys because I do not want you guys to have to go through what my family did. And it is controllable.
And not only are we having local experts in diabetes, but global experts that are going to be coming on the show. Matter of fact, one of them is Dr. Klonoff. He actually coined the term diabetes technology. So he's going to be joining us, I believe, on Wednesday and then again on the town hall meeting on Friday.
I bought his book. He's got a book about the technology behind diabetes treatment, and it is really, really good stuff. But I mean, it's not light reading. I mean, you know, I've been sitting there and I've been like taking note, like I'm using it in Kindle. I've been highlighting certain passages and everything like that. But I mean, he's a fantastic resource. He is actually kind of known as like the father of modern diabetes treatment.
Right.
He's the man.
He's among the top 2% of the world's bioengineers. So that kind of gives you an idea of how big this guy is, right?
Like imagine like this, like if we were doing it's like, okay, we got Chris Barnett takes a lesson in like how to hit a baseball, right? Giving Chris some instruction. Here comes Babe Ruth.
Yeah.
And he's going to teach you how to do it. That's what Dr. Klonoff brings to the table. He pioneered a lot of the techniques as well as like, you know, the hardware and the technology to actually get this stuff done. So
Yep. So all week, guys, 9:00, and keep it to the stations at KUAM for more info coming out. Because I mean, the diabetes, the real pandemic, as I like to say, has touched so many people, so many lives. And it's funny when, like, we got coworkers here, like I didn't even know they had diabetes, and when I got my diagnosis, they were all just, "Hey, this is what you got to do. Hey, this is what you got." And it's just so funny because everybody's got something to say about it. We had a comment here. It's good to drink a teaspoon of vinegar with ice water 3 times a week. Everybody has their little like hacks. Like my mom. My mom's been doing this thing where she read somewhere, and I don't know where, and I'll probably ask these guys. I need like a day with these diabetes people to just be like, okay, is this true? Is this because my mom said
we
like
could totally do Mythbusters with those guys.
Yeah. So she heard somewhere that cinnamon and turmeric and some other mixture is good for people with diabetes. So she's been sneaking it in the coffee. Like I've been wondering the last couple of weeks, like the coffee has been tasting off, right? And I don't like these flavored coffees. So finally, Friday, I opened up the coffee maker the night before, and I was like, what the heck? And there was all these like spices in there. So
And that's not pumpkin spice.
So everybody's got their little hacks and stuff. So it's going to be cool to go in there with these guys and find out what the future of diabetes is going to look like. It's Monday, November 15th. The show is brought to you by Pacific Points, Calvo Enterprises, IT, and Jack in the Box.
But speaking of, you may have noticed Joser and I are rocking some pretty cool threads this morning, as the kids say. Speaking of people that are doing some awesome stuff for our community, you may remember that a couple weeks ago we had our guy Norm Analista on. He is the founder of Analista and Company. He's a fashion designer. He's a former broadcaster, a very, very good sports reporter. I think you guys were doing it around the same time, right? Like mid-90s?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. You were writing at the paper, and Norm was at Guam Cable, right?
Yeah, I
That's
work
where you
with
guys
Norm.
first met. Yeah. So Norm, of course, $15 of each piece of apparel, and I have got the lime green
I love that.
sushi hoodie. It's incredibly. Feel this. This is a
I felt
well-made
it this
garment.
morning. I love it. I'm probably going to buy one.
Yeah, so $15 out of each of these apparels goes to help our friends Lisa Berdallo and her team at Catholic Social Services for their food pantry. It's feeding people in our community that need it. Joser has a look here. We'll do
love
the
this
Joser
one
camera.
too.
Yeah.
Joser's also got a really nice shirt, the Pari system. There you go.
All major connections accepted.
Yeah.
That's it. I
So
need to
this
get
is,
one
I
of
mean,
those.
it's quality apparel, and also it goes to help our neighbors on the island when they really, really need it. So why would you not do this? So Norm, again, thank you so much.
Where do you
for
go to
doing
order it? Is it on
Okay,
Instagram?
it's Analista and Co. Or if you want to go on Instagram, it's Analista_CO, and you can see like some of the many designs they have. I mean, if you're not into looking like Safety Patrol like I am right now, like the Dayglow green,
Yeah.
I get it. I mean, I love this color, right? They've also got it in black. They've got a whole bunch of other different designs. Chris was really into the Rooster t-shirts. that they
Yeah,
got.
those are cool.
Yeah.
Norm's a good guy. Let's sing happy birthday, and then we'll get into
Yes.
we'll clock in and get to work.
So Andrew Tenorio, right, Bree?
Yes, Andrew Tenor.
Okay. Hey.
Sound like you're gonna do Amazing Grace there for me.
Na 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 na. All right. Okay.
And
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday
to you.
Happy birthday, dear
Andrew Tenorio and Mama Vera, Debbie Davis, and everyone else whose birthday it is here, including Auntie Cinta Perez.
Happy birthday to you.
May the dear Lord bless you.
May the dear Lord bless you. May the dear Lord bless Andrew Tenorio.
And Mama Bear, Debbie Davis, and everyone else whose birthday it is today, to
Oh,
include
yeah.
Auntie Cinta Perez.
Happy birthday to Big Finish you.
All right,
Bree,
happy
how old is
birthday.
Andrew?
20.
20.
Mhm.
Ooh, the big 2-0.
Right on. It's 6:37. Let's go ahead and get into the news now, shall we? Our first look at news here, brought to you by Pacific Points with the very latest from the KUAM news team. Sabrina Salas-Manzanani. Good morning, Sabrina.
Off it, everybody. Good morning. On Sunday night, the Joint Information Center reported 27 people are hospitalized for COVID. 4 patients are receiving ICU level of care. 2 are on a ventilator. The JIC also reports that out of the 27 hospitalized patients, 17 vaccinated, 10 unvaccinated. Since Friday night, Guam recorded a total of 73 new positive cases out of a total of 1,758 tests conducted. Additional results are pending analysis from other clinics and will be reported in tonight's JIC. To date, there have been a total of 18,913 officially reported cases, 258 deaths, 1,993 people are in isolation, and 16,662 have recovered. As of November 12th, the CAR score has fallen to 4.5. Meanwhile, as of November 13th, a total of 124,610 of Guam's eligible population, this is residents 5 years and older, is fully vaccinated. 1,007 residents 5 to 11, though, also received their first dose of the Pfizer 2-dose series. 13,451 doses of the Pfizer vaccine, 695 doses of the Moderna, and 167 doses of the Johnson & Johnson vaccine have been administered as boosters to eligible residents. Vaccination clinics are being held today at the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. and the Northern Region Community Health Center from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. A booster clinic is also being held in Dededo at the Estumbo Senior Center from 8:30 to 1:30 this afternoon. Community testing is being held at the Teason Carnival Grounds from 8 a.m. to 12 noon today. Also, just a reminder, if you test positive and are eligible, the monoclonal antibody treatment is still available at the Infusion Center set up at the Mingilao Community Senior Center. The MAB treatment is free. You can schedule an appointment by calling 671-998-4627 from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. or 671-734-9203 from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Saturday. The CNMI reports that 5 more people tested positive for COVID from travel testing and surveillance testing on the 13th. There are now 49 active cases and 0 hospitalizations. There have been 98 new cases since October 28th on Saipan. 71 were found through contact tracing, 18 through community testing, and 9 via travel testing. The CNMI conducted a total of 546 tests on November 13th. The total case count since March of last year is now 389. In other news, 4 people were rushed to the hospital as a result of a car crash with serious injuries on Marine Corps Drive by Polaris Point. GFD received a 911 call reporting an auto accident with serious injuries on Route 1 by Polaris at 11:43 Sunday morning, and fire units arrived on the scene 10 minutes later. 4 patients, 2 adults and 2 minors, were transported to GMH. KUAM is waiting for more information to be released from GPD. And with more news now, here is Tyler Mazzanoni.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafide, good morning, everyone. I'm Tyler Mazzanoni with your headlines here on The Link. Guam's public schools continue to drown in a sad state of despair. The Dededo Pool has been closed since February, while the Hagåtña Pool is now permanently closed. Will one pool be opening soon, or will a new one be built? Daniel Perez reports.
Despite opening back in February for a week, the Dededo Pool closed again due to health violations. As for the decades-old Hagåtña Pool, it's been completely ignored. Department of Parks and Recreation Administrator William Stinnett.
The problem why it shut down was some public health issues. So we've addressed those issues in our bid, and also a couple of mechanical issues that needed maintenance that need to be done and upgraded. So one thing was the media sand, our 3 filters. They are never been maintained since the pool first opening. So that will be addressed in the bid. One of the main pumps are down too.
Before the Dededo Pool can open, the bidding process needs to end.
We've been in the bid process. We started the bid process maybe April or May. As of right now, you can tell there's water in the pool, but it has been drained, it's been sanded, and it's been painted by DPR employees. And we're just waiting for GSA to pick a certified bidder. We have funds to go ahead with the project. We're just waiting for GSA to award a winning bidder.
As for the Hagåtña Pool,
right now it's with the GITA. They're just trying to do a final analysis to see if it's worth restoring and other options to build a new Olympic-sized pool, because that pool has been around for, I think, the 70s.
And the plan for the Olympic-sized pool?
It's still in the works. I've seen final drawings. This Dededo location, this was phase 1. So phase 2 is supposed to be Olympic-sized pool on that side. And the water lines and everything set up already. There's room in our facility for the new filters if they do decide to build it up here.
DPR is waiting for word on GITA as to the funding for the Olympic-sized pool. DPR is looking to open the Dededo Pool by either Christmas time or the first week of January if the bid process comes through from GSA. Daniel Perez reporting for Guam's News Network.
History in the making as a first ever uniform policy for investigating the use of deadly force by law enforcement has been formally adopted by island law enforcement agencies. According to a release from Attorney General Levin Camacho, recent officer-involved shootings resulting in death or serious injury led to the discovery that no comprehensive use of force policy was in place. Under the new policy, an independent investigative team was established. The team will investigate officer-involved incidents, and a review of those findings would determine if presentation to a grand jury is warranted. AG Camacho also said officers will soon receive standardized de-escalation training.
It's really geared towards an encounter between law enforcement and someone who is either having mental health issues or in a crisis and is armed with anything other than a firearm. So a knife, just kind of acting erratically. And what they teach them, I believe there's a tactical component where you have 2 officers who are responding. You have one who's there to talk them through. And instead of meeting force with force, to try to get them to calm down.
Camacho adds the ICAT training integrating communications and tactics would probably have yearly certification requirements. CNMI Governor Ralph Torres wants to see an end to the House committee investigating his expenditures. Tomas Manglona reports.
So I wrote a letter, and my letter is basically saying that, hey, you're dragging in these employees that are innocent. You're asking them questions about their opinion. They're asking them about their not even scope of work on their line.
In his November 8 letter, he says no governor has experienced this level of harassment and slander in the history of the CNMI, and Torres proposed written questions submitted by the committee by November 15.
We need to stop this. We need to have a deadline on this. I gave them a time frame.
He's had enough.
And stop dragging all of our innocent government employees and put anxiety to them and their families. And so you have your questions, you have your documents, write me the letter and I'll answer those.
So will the governor ever appear before the committee?
I didn't say there's no chance. I'm just saying that you got to stop this. There got to be a timeline on this. So there's no timeline for them. So I wrote that letter and I asked that we respect that process. So I wrote that letter and I'll wait for their response.
In an interview on The Link earlier this week, Committee Chair Selena Babata says they plan to wrap the hearings up by the end of the year. Tomas Manglona for KUAM News.
And a quick programming note, make sure to tune in tonight for CBS TV 11 at 8 p.m. for Adele, One Night Only. Adele One Night Only special was filmed at the Griffith Observatory in Los Angeles and includes performances of some of Adele's most popular hits, in addition to some never-before-heard songs. Again, that's tonight at 8 p.m. on CBS TV 11. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
November is Diabetes Awareness Month, and with the 14th, yesterday being World Diabetes Day, AI Health, along with KUAM, kicks off a week-long multi-platform awareness campaign on the disease, and closing out with a town hall meeting on the Link with a panel of experts who break down the basics of diabetes as well as provide more information on an upcoming validation study. With more, here's Jonah Goncharfris.
A healthier you, making diabetes history on Guam.
Presented in partnership with Calmo Select Care and Paradise Fitness Center.
The numbers are alarming. 1 in 6 residents on Guam are currently affected by diabetes. The prevalence rate of diabetes on island grew from 13.7% in 2018 to 14.7% in 2020. Governor Lou Leon Guerrero says the island is one of the top territories in the nation that has a high incidence of diabetes.
Being aware of this disease and its treatment, its prevention, and it's just information helps us in dealing with this disease, anywhere from prenatal care to pediatrics to adult care. It's really important, and the more I think we are aware in Guam about diabetes, what causes diabetes, what we can do to minimize the risk of getting diabetes is all very important.
During the recent proclamation signing for Diabetes Month, Governor Leon Guerrero presented some data. Diabetes is a primary contributor to 2 of the 3 leading causes of death in Guam, which are heart disease and stroke. And adults are diagnosed with diabetes are 2 to 4 times more likely than people without diabetes to die of heart disease or experience a stroke. With AI Health planning to bring together data from across Guam's health ecosystem and use artificial intelligence to improve the care of patients with diabetes, what does the governor feel this will do?
Data and science are great tools for leaders, for providers, for healthcare workers to make some logical, rational decisions and actions toward a concern or a problem. It would monitor, collect, and analyze data so that advanced technological scientific treatments or even prevention measures can be established and implemented so that even people with diabetes can have a maybe much more consistent and maybe much more impactful treatment to their disease process.
As for the benefits of the AI study,
the more we share the data, the more well informed we are as scientists, as researchers, as providers of treatment to help the individual who has diabetes live with their disease and maybe have a longer life with this disease. So sharing data is very crucial, I think, in any research because it tells you different things about different issues. So very important.
We all know medicine and technology can enhance prevention and care for those with diabetes, but that's just one part. Eating healthy, exercising, and taking care of your mental and emotional health are so important as well.
So I think the biggest obstacle in these resources is the attitude and your mindset. So I think we are blessed living in an environment that is clean, fresh air, clean waters, warm weather. So I do believe that healthy living lifestyles, walking, exercising.
With AI Health committed to conducting the research on Guam and collaborating with stakeholders to improve the health of the community, what does the governor think the future of artificial intelligence is on the island?
I think from this study, we gain a lot, like I said, a lot of information. From that information, you then convert that into preventive measures. You convert that into treatment measures. You convert that into diagnostic tools. You can convert that into advances in use to monitor your disease so that you can quickly act and address those have a quick response to addressing your disease process. So AI in Guam has a very vast, expansive opportunity in the future.
A healthier you, making diabetes history on Guam.
Presented in partnership with Calno Select Care and Paradise Fitness Center.
And make sure to stay tuned. Later in our show, we will have our first panel joining us live on the link at 9 a.m. With your news in Chamorro, here is Ken Concepcion.
Buenas noches to get something to sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familia Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Managwahan edzi motion hearing gi ibadnis para si Joyner Sked san si Rudy Kinata gi Superior Court gi menan West Vern Paris. Esti dosa matsauki gi abrit na mes gi 20-20 na sakan na mapuno iginin mahoro matak Daniel Sanchez. Gi hearing on detective gin ni Criminal Investigation na Division ni Guam Police Department manay testimonyo na naaresta si Kinata sangkat man zat siga arsod ni si Sked za sanga na isaw niya todo si Sked. I-trial gi ikote sa maschedule para otro mes. Masasunto, si Bruce Matthew Enchanco Cruz tatay una-ons na edad sa maaresta ginigap después na isigyo madulak no sendirugi karitanya za ni polisiya no mas 3 oras na tempo. Magkitsagin ni polisiya pero manakip para si Cruz. Gizahagat niya ane maripara na kareta niya susugon ma-report na masaki. As kapag polisiya dos biyahe, lumagasa lusuto mo sa niyo matupi sa noto na kareta ni mapapray gi Shell Service Station giza barigada. Umatupi loke si Cruz ang karetang polisiya ane kitsag gimalogo. Almiti gidespues na ti izon na kareta sa malingwa na sonya niya sa ugi todo esti. Machar si Cruz put manyaking kareta, minatres grado na robbery sa criminal mischief. Mas artikulo, Departamento ng Edukasyon sa ma-report gi betnes na unang estudyante gi Matsanano Elementary na eskwela sa positibo test niya para COVID-19. Tad sa empleo matest positibo para COVID. Esta ma-disinfecta ilugat siya gi campus eskwela. Pero man siguro na mababay eskwela siya gi natural na ora gi dupot si. Iyuto mo na sunto gi finut sa moro gi ni KUAM News para pago na Lunes. Ma-promote ni First Hawaiian Bank si Edward Antalan para Executive Vice President at Retail Region Manager para guahan sa ni CNMI na region. Maski 34 anos eksperyensya niya si Antalan, gibumangkero sa finance sa Giza Finena na Executive Vice President para guahan sa ni CNMI. Giza responsable para strategic business development sa oportunidad inadelanto siya para irama si First Hawaiian Bank giza guahan sa IPAN. Distritos mid 4 na sakan masauto si Antalan para para First Hawaiian Bank. Para Guam News Network, Wausikin Conception. Yasuto ifinutsamuru sa presenta za ninafatto ni familia Mizugi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
This year, Giving Tuesday falls on November 30th.
And though our community is still facing some of the most challenging of times, there's no better time
to volunteer, donate, spread awareness, and do whatever you can to help those in need.
Let's continue to build a wave of generosity
that creates a ripple effect for all in our community.
Throughout the month of November, Team KUAM Care Force will be showcasing some of our favorite charities.
To inform, inspire, and introduce you to the wonderful things these groups are doing for our community.
We're also calling on you to donate to our food pantry and toy drive to benefit the Salvation Army at our KUAM studios.
Any weekday between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. starting on November 1st.
Or stop by our second annual donation drive-thru event on November 30th.
You can also visit our studios to sign our Kindness for Caregivers wall to show our healthcare workers our appreciation.
So be a giver and join the KUAM Care Force this year in making a difference this Giving Tuesday.
Giving Tuesday 2021 is presented in partnership with our community partner, APL. Better Ways.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutter, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. Let's get merry during the most wonderful time of the year by making spirits bright. KUAM Communications and Coast 360 want to highlight your decorations and lights by flooding the social media pages of KUAM with your videos and photos. Finish your holiday setup, snap a few shots or video of your delightful display, and send it to us through social media or email them to promotions@KUAM.com. Check out our posts every Friday or tune in to KUAM News Weekend Edition for a special montage of the submissions certain to be making spirits bright with every broadcast. Warmest holiday wishes from KUAM Communications and Coast 360 Federal Credit Union. Together, we thrive.
We all know that a healthy lifestyle is important to prevent chronic diseases and long-term illnesses and boost mental health. It's difficult to determine exactly which healthy habits are worth investing in to live longer and healthier lives. But FHP is here to help. Tune into The Link every Tuesday for FHP Hafa Health Tips, brought to you by Take Care. Helpful advice about healthy lifestyle choices that will have a big difference in your health from the medical experts at FHP Clinic. FHP Hafa Health Tips on The Link every Tuesday is brought to you by Take Care.
Uno Mixed. We're mixing it up on the last Thursday of every month with a look at lifestyle, entertainment, food, and so much more on the stations, networks, and digital platforms of KUAM Communications.
Uno Mixed is presented to you by Docomo Pacific, Better Together, and Pepsi. That's what I like.
1 in 6 people on Guam are affected by diabetes. The terrible impact of the disease on the island has only been amplified by the COVID-19 pandemic, as many of those hospitalized and those we've lost had pre-existing underlying conditions like diabetes. As November is Diabetes Awareness Month, KUAM News has partnered with AI Health to raise awareness for this disease that affects so many of us and to showcase a number of ways to prevent, treat, and care for those with diabetes. Join us for AI Health's A Healthier You, Making Diabetes History on Guam, a multi-platform campaign on KUAM Communications, including a 6-part series on KUAM News Primetime and Weekend Edition, and our digital media platforms kicking off on World Diabetes Day, Sunday, November 14th. Daily interviews with expert panelists on The Link beginning November 15th, and a special interactive town hall meeting on The Link with experts from AI Health, with more information on their diabetes validation study and a new level of precision care that aims to create a healthier Guam. A Healthier You, Making Diabetes History on Guam. A look at how diet, exercise, and technological advances in disease monitoring and medical care can have a positive impact on our community.
The Healthier You series on KUAM News is presented in partnership with Calvo Select Care and Paradise Fitness Center.
This holiday season, we're once again bringing together the island's largest array of local vendors for a special innovative way for you to shop, broadcast, and go digital with Team KUAM. Join us on Sunday, November 28th for the annual Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Market at 12 noon on KUAM TV8 and the KUAM News Facebook page, plus additional show times through December 11th. We'll also be featuring vendors daily with posts with QR codes and links on our social media pages beginning Monday, November 29th, and hosting an exclusive Christmas Pops website for your one-stop shopping. It's a safe and convenient way for you to shop local this holiday season. To reserve your spot, email promotions@kuam.com today. Virtual space is limited.
Presented by UOG School of Business and Public Administration, JA Guam, inspiring youth, and the Guam Visitors Bureau, making Guam a better place to live, work, and visit.
Take in the panoramic beauty of our island each Sunday on the KUAM News Instagram with Scenic Sundays. Scroll through the natural beauty of the island on display. Scenic Sundays on the KUAM News Instagram is brought to you by Addis Trust and Investment, Location, Service, Trust, and Haagen-Dazs Shops Guam, where every day is made extraordinary.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down, because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
In the number one batting position by my dear friend Denise Mendiola over at the Guam Community College, we are talking about ship repair opportunities for hardworking, aspiring, honest Guamanians, and there's basically 170,000 of those. So Denise, welcome back to the show, and it's been a while, so it's good to have you here.
Good morning. Thank you for having me on this morning.
Yeah. Now ship repair is, I would dare say, for people of my generation, I'm approaching 50. It's always been a thing. It's been part of, of our economy. It's been part of, as a workforce opportunity. I mean, there literally was for so many years an organization, down in the central part of the island called Ship Repair Facility. So you guys are actually trying to, should we say, rekindle that fire for that kind of work, or like reignite it? Like how should we frame this, and what type of opportunities there are for people that want to get into this line of work?
Well, GCC has had a few ship repair boot camps in the last couple of years, but as you know, with the increase with the military activities and an increase at the port, there's a larger need for local skilled employees, those that can repair ships in different ways. So that's why GCC has come into the fold here to make sure that we can provide that support to our businesses such as Cabras Marine and Guam Shipyard now.
Mm-hmm. And this is a unbelievably valued skill to have if you are a craftsman, and actually, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's also multidisciplinary, because a lot of people are like, oh, okay, well, I can weld, and I can, I know about the metallurgy of ships and everything like that. But there's a lot of different areas that you can get involved in when it comes to, shall we say, like the umbrella industry of ship repair.
Definitely, there are many skill sets that are needed for ship repair. So, as an example, with this boot camp that we have coming up, we have welding, carpentry, electrical. In the past, we've had plumbing. Definitely blueprint reading. Those are the basic skills that are needed. And there are more. There are so many different skills, but for the most part, this is the most in demand that is needed right now with the ships.
Now, Denise, how about for people, and I know, like several friends of mine, former teammates, their fathers actually worked, at SRF, like for many, many years, and they all, gave glowing reviews about, the experience, the camaraderie, the constant challenge of it, like it was never the same thing twice.
Definitely.
How about career advancement, like within that field and everything like that? So if you're someone who has worked, and say like, you were like a welder, you worked on like different classes of ships and everything like that, could you work like eventually, upscale to ship repair management or, things like that? Project management?
Oh, yes. There's so much opportunity in this area. So as you're talking about SRF, my uncle is one of those OGs from SRF, and yep. A lot of them are coming back. They had to, he ended up in Okinawa for 10 years. And so I had a chance to talk to the OGs. They came by for a barbecue, and they were telling me, they said, this is something that takes you so far and it lasts a lifetime. So these are highly skilled people. And so as welding as an example, yes, you start off, you learn it in the boot camp, you learn more courses, you get hands-on training with the employer, and you get put together with a journey worker, a journeyman. And so you're basically mentored. And as you progress and you learn more, you keep leveling up. And so into the point where you become a journey worker yourself. Mm-hmm. The pay is amazing. It's a great career to be in. As long as there's going to be a movement of goods, there's going to be a need for these types of skills.
Mm-hmm. Now, for people that may be thinking, okay, well, this sounds really, really cool, but I've made Guam my home. I've put down roots here. My wife and I, my husband and I, have raised children here and everything like that. Stability is my number one goal. The money's great, but I want to make sure that I've got a stable check coming in and everything like that. What are we talking about as far as like the types of jobs that this skill set has? Is it like typically contract work, or can you gain like employment that lasts years and years and years?
These boot camps are already the employer already decides they're going to hire 25, and right now they're in desperate need for employees. So this next boot camp that we're going to have, they're looking to hire at least 25 on the spot. So the employer, which is Guam Shipyard, is going to interview, such as Cabras Marine. They interview them in the beginning of the boot camp. They pre-select who they think would be a good fit. They interview at the end, and then they hire them. They get them on board, and then they train them. They get them into their area of expertise, and then the continuing training, keeps going on and on for years until they reach up to that next level.
And next thing you know, you do work like this a few years ago, and you got one of those really, really nice houses up on Nimitz Hill because you made so much money. Now on the flip,
yeah, I tell you, it used to be go and get a 4-year degree. Now it's go get a skill, and then you'll get your 4-year degree.
Yeah.
Because as COVID has taught us that you have to pivot, you have to be able to shift when you can, and those with the skills are the first ones that get picked up.
Mm-hmm. So on the flip side of the coin, for people that may not necessarily want, like stability and said, Guam's my home, until kingdom come. How about if people say, I like the option for mobility and everything like that? These skills are absolutely transferable. So if you get picked up in, like, say, the San Diego Navy Yard, or on the other side of the country out in Norfolk, Virginia, and everything like that, these skills are 100% transferable, and the skills you're learning here are the exact same techniques that our friends in the mainland are using.
Absolutely. And the nice thing about being employed by these employers like Cabers Marine, they already have affiliates in different parts of the world, and so the reach is far and the opportunity is far. So you can go a long way with these skills. It's just a matter of deciding what it is that you enjoy doing, and you won't know until you try it. So that's what these boot camps are designed for, to get your foot in the door. And then again, like I said, look at the SRF guys. They were able to travel to different parts of the world, and some of them have come back, but they've never had issue, for the most part, finding jobs. They are the high skilled labor and employees that people are looking for.
Okay. Now, since we were talking about like the SRF OGs, right? And I think that would make a beautiful business card right there. It's like, just put a SRF OG, and that immediately commands like infinite respect from like anybody who, knows what those acronyms mean, right? Mm-hmm. Could your course actually be used as, pun intended, maybe like a tune-up for people that have been working in the industry for a while and everything, and they want to modernize their skills, or just say like, hey, there's a couple areas that I've always wanted to maybe apprentice under and everything like that, but like I've been in my own little corner and everything like that. I'd like to kind of broaden my appeal.
Yes, GCC has courses every semester, welding, carpentry, electrical, HVAC. Anyone can apply and register and take those courses. For these types of boot camps that we've designed, Dr. Mary Okada wanted to make sure that this one was specific for people to be able to get employed. So at the very beginning, the employer sponsor is the one that decides how many employees they need, and then they help us to design the boot camp. So it's really made for these employers, depending on the demand and what they need. But for them, for the other stuff, GCC has an array of courses that are available to anyone that wants to get that tune up, get back into the mix of things. And they earn certificates at the end. They earn, some of them go as far as getting their associate's degrees, and then some of them test for the national exams. So it just depends on what their ultimate goal is.
Absolutely. Yeah. So you could go to like one of the technical schools that you guys offer, and you could get like, the tune up, or, go over to the cosmetology school and get the glow up, I guess, as the kids say.
Yeah, get the glow up.
Okay. So Denise, can we talk like maybe about scale now, right? Because like when people think on Guam, and people like myself, maybe perhaps naively, when it comes to like ship repair, we think of like, okay, well, you're going to work on the stuff that goes into the dry dock. So maybe like your flatliners, your cruise liners, your military grade ships and everything like that, big ships and everything like that. But do these skills also apply for maybe people that want to work on like smaller scale, like fishing boats, or or charter boats and everything like that? Not necessarily big, destroyers and carriers and everything like that, but people that actually want to make this maybe like a side hustle, or maybe like a family business where they repair boats.
Absolutely. It's something that's relevant in all areas. As long as the thing's is gonna float, there's gonna be a need for these skills. You'll notice for the smaller boats, they go into fiber, and it's more of a, because of the different types of materials that's used for smaller boats. So there'll be a different level of skills that are needed for that. But those basic foundation skills that they have are relevant for any type of industry. And we have to think about things that are coming up. So as you know, there's talk about the cruise line industry that's coming our way, and plan is to go through Micronesia. Again, they're going to need skilled employees for that. So that's something that we have to, take into consideration. If we're not going to have our local employees do it, then that's why they're going to have to bring in the H-2 workers and others, right? Contracts. So we're trying to make it so that there's opportunity for our local workforce first. And again, consider we're in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. As long as there's movement of goods, as long as there's going to be a tourism industry in one form or another, there's going to be a need for these types of skills.
Yeah, and those are massive, massive boats. I mean, no disrespect, and to our friends like in the military, and the types of seacraft that they manage and everything like that. But those cruise liners are big.
Exactly. And then look at the other support employees that are going to be needed as well. Mm-hmm. So that's a whole nother tourism industry on a ship, right? So, consider all the support that's going to be needed to be able to manage and maintain those boats or those big liners. But that's just one component. The military is building up, and there's going to be an industry day coming up next week. So, and it's on ship repair, right? So that's something that we have to keep looking at. Is there's an increase in movement here, an increase in activities, and our workforce needs to be prepared for that.
Absolutely. Now, I just realized something. I guess I've been framing the discussion thus far in terms of like the dry dock, like I was saying, and like a ship comes in, like they mount it, they get rid of all the water and everything like that, and then people work on it, these huge crews and everything, and everybody gets it back to seaworthy form. Could you also possibly be, if you work for these companies, permanently or temporarily deployed out to sea on a boat, and you would be like hands-on real-time maintenance?
I'm sure that you can. I'm not real familiar with that. I've heard of some companies that send their employees out to Diego Garcia and places like that to support the ships out there. I'm not sure how many of them get to go, but I heard that it's pretty, the compensation's pretty good.
I've heard that. That's big money.
So somebody who's adventurous that wants to try something new, this is definitely a good career for them.
Okay.
But again, it goes back to it has to be something that they're interested in, and they want to be able to learn these skills, and they want to be able to learn from journey workers who are, these very experienced workers that are going to mentor them. And so with the boot camps that we have, and this is just one of many that are going to be happening in transportation, this is something that we hope that people would consider, especially those that have just graduated recently and are trying to think of something to do with themselves. Why not learn a new skill while you're thinking about what you're going to do with your life? Mm-hmm. Because once you learn that, that's something that already makes you competitive.
And if you have that on your LinkedIn profile, I mean, like, people are going to start hitting you up for, can we have a private message? I see that, you're an expert in shipbuilding, or you've got experience in, this kind of fabrication, machining, like what have you. Yeah. Exactly.
And safety, with the boot camps, they prioritize safety. We have work ethic training. So we're really trying to help that person to become the best employee for the employer. So it's not just about that one skill that they're learning. They're going to get all of these wraparound services that's going to help that person to be the best employee, for the people.
It's not just, okay, here's a nut, here's how to screw it into the bolt. You guys are actually providing like pretty much like soup to nuts, like the entire life cycle of what it means to actually work in the shipbuilding, or ship repair, I should say, the ship repairing industry.
Exactly. So, and again, these are things that the employers are asking for. They just really want to have good employees. That's the most important thing, with good attitudes. And then the skills they teach along the way. So it comes back to things like work ethic and your performance, and safety training like OSHA, basic life skills. They learn first aid, all of that, CPR. So all of that is wrapped around that person. And then once they're done with the boot camp, they're ready to go.
Mm-hmm. Now, our people, like not just Chamorro, but anybody who lives on Guam and everything like that, we're pretty much world renowned for our work ethic and our respect and everything. So we've already got that going for us. And they're like, hey, if I know you come from Guam, I can vet and I can vouch for the fact that, you're not going to be a drama queen. You're going to work really, really hard. You're going to be well trained, and you're going to get the job done.
I'd like to think so. But just in case, we're going to make sure you learn work ethic.
Oh, there you
go. And get a certificate out of it. And in addition to that, you also take an assessment called Work Keys, where you earn a national certificate that shows your skill level in the workplace. And this is very helpful to the employer as well, to see where your strengths and weaknesses are, and to place you in the right area.
And that's a beautiful point by you. Like the biggest room in the world is a room for self-improvement. You can always get better.
Absolutely. And
Okay,
so this is a way for people to just get their foot in the door. The boot camp is absolutely free. It's already funded. We just need for them to turn in an application to GCC, and we're going to start this one boot camp on Wednesday.
Okay. Now, given that it is a boot camp, right? Like, it's a very condensed, it's very intense, and it's very aggressive. So you're packing a lot of information into what would probably be a relatively short amount of time. How many hours of training does the boot camp entail?
It can run up to anywhere from 5 to 7 hours a day. So it's pretty intense.
Mm-hmm. How many days are we talking about?
I'm sorry?
How many days are we talking about? I'm sorry.
We're talking about 12 weeks.
Okay.
5 days a week, including 2 Saturdays for life-saving, basic life-saving skills trainings. So it is pretty intense. The nice thing about it, though, is you're with a cohort of about 24 other people. And so you are able to have some support with your peers, and then you have GCC support, and then our stakeholder support. So there's a lot of wraparound there for that one person because it is intense.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so how can we sign up, and where can we go for more information? I mean, Chris Barnett and I are in.
Right, Chris. Chris is in.
Yeah. I'm into. I mean, I could do cross discipline. You know me, Denise. We've known each other like long enough. I grew up building web pages, but if I could fix a ship, I'm absolutely in.
I would definitely be on that ship with you, Jason. So the best way
we'll book the cruise liner. I'll have my people call your people.
Right. That's more fun than the military stuff. So they can get onto our website, www.guamcc.edu, or they can call us at 735-5627, or they can email us at workforce@guamcc.edu.
Excellent. And then after that, I know we would have to book, Denise Mendiola party of 4. So you got you, Chris, Sabrina, and myself, and we're going to go out and hang out on the cruise liner that we fixed and got back to.
On a 3-hour tour.
Yeah, well, I think I've heard that somewhere before. Hopefully it doesn't.
Right?
Okay, well, we got somebody on the phone, Denise, and they're asking, is there a certificate upon completion? Like, is there recognized, like accreditation or things of this nature?
Absolutely. You earn a few. You earn an NCRC certificate. You also, most important, you earn college credits. So for the 3 courses that you're going to take in welding, carpentry, and electrical, you earn 3 credits for carpentry. You earn 5 credits for welding, and 4 credits for electrical. So the person already becomes a college student at that point.
Nice.
And then they earn certificates for first aid, for work ethic, for OSHA 10, you get your credentials. So yeah, lots of stuff that you get from this boot camp.
And this is 100% free, as you were saying.
Absolutely, 100%, because it's been paid for by tax dollars, I would imagine. But this is definitely 100% no cost to the student. Again, this is Guam's public-private investment. It's public-private partnership investment for our local workforce. We're trying to increase skilled workforce, right? Mm-hmm. A skilled workforce. And so, if you know anybody, especially those that are underemployed, unemployed, we want to help them to be able to get into a good career.
Now, Denise, I guess the final question is, we believe very strongly here at KUM, of course, about diversity, inclusivity, like that. How many women are actually, would you even muster a guess, how many women are actually working in the ship repair industry locally?
Not enough.
Not enough. Good answer.
We need more. Yeah, we need more. We had one young lady that completed in the last previous boot camp, and she was amazing. We have about 1 or 2 each boot camp. So we would love to see more young ladies or women come out. We had 2 women at the truck driving boot camp. They were awesome. So we do. That's a very good point. We need more women, but we also, need everyone from the local community to come out and participate.
Yeah.
So we definitely encourage everyone to just try and turn in their application and see if they can get into this.
This is an opportunity that you cannot afford to miss, people. Please give Denise and her team a call at GCC. This is a wonderful program, Denise, and thank you guys for making this available. This is really, really cool.
Thank you. We really appreciate it. And so again, please just find a way to get in contact with us. We'll be taking applications as all the way to the end. We start on Wednesday with orientation again, and then we get you right into it. And just for you guys, if just to let you know, we have a GED bootcamp coming up soon. And the reason why that's important is because a lot of folks that don't have the high school or diploma aren't able to participate in these boot camps or get a job. So we have a GED boot camp coming up later, just in case that's something that someone would be interested in.
Okay, well, you've got a permanent spot here on the link, so anytime you want to come on and talk about all the myriad of ways that you guys are helping improve people's lives through education, through career opportunities and everything like that, all you got to do is drop us a line. You're in.
Thanks so much, you guys. I really appreciate it, and GCC really appreciates your support.
All right. Well, we appreciate you. Have a wonderful Monday. Let's keep in touch, and we want to find out how many people are in the next cohort.
Absolutely. I will keep in touch with you folks all the way to the end.
All right. Thank you much. Have a great day, Denise.
Okay. Thanks, guys. Bye.
All right. The link continues after this short break. Good morning, Guam.
This year, Giving Tuesday falls on November 30th.
And though our community is still facing some of the most challenging of times, there's no better time
to volunteer, donate, spread awareness, and do whatever you can to help those in need.
Let's continue to build a wave of generosity
that creates a ripple effect for all in our community.
Throughout the month of November, Team KUAM Care Force will be showcasing some of our favorite charities.
To inform, inspire, and introduce you to the wonderful things these groups are doing for our community.
We're also calling on you to donate to our food pantry and toy drive to benefit the Salvation Army at our KUAM studios.
Any weekday between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. starting on November 1st.
Or stop by our second annual donation drive-thru event on November 30th.
You can also visit our studios to sign our Kindness for Caregivers wall to show our healthcare workers our appreciation.
So be a giver and join the KUAM Care Force this year in making a difference this Giving Tuesday.
Giving Tuesday 2021 is presented in partnership with our community partner, APL. Better Ways.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. Real milk from free grazing cows.
A healthier you, making diabetes history on Guam.
Presented in partnership with Calno Select Care and Paradise Fitness Center. We all know that a healthy lifestyle is important to prevent chronic diseases and long-term illnesses and boost mental health. It's difficult to determine exactly which healthy habits are worth investing in to live longer and healthier lives. But FHP is here to help. Tune into The Link every Tuesday for FHP Hoffa Health Tips, brought to you by Take Care. Helpful advice about healthy lifestyle choices that will have a big difference in your health from the medical experts at FHP Clinic. FHP Hoffa Health Tips on The Link every Tuesday is brought to you by Take Care. Catch SportsLink on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday for the latest sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. SportsLink airs every Friday across the multi-platforms of KUAM. Tune in to the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV 11, live stream through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram page. SportsLink is brought to you by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape.
The Culture Club returns to KUM Digital and KUM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Tamoto culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum, the freshest bottled water made in Guam.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications.
All right, good morning, 728. Jason Salas joins us now with the latest information on testing, boosters, vaccinations, kid vaccinations. Jay, good morning.
That's right. And Hafaday Guam, once again, if you want to get your young Guamanian vaccinated, children 5 to 11, you may have heard, are now qualify for the COVID-19 vaccine. And Mondays, Thursdays, and Fridays from 10 to 6, you can get the vaccine at the Public Health Northern Region Community Center. That's up here in Dededo. Tuesdays and Wednesdays. If you're down south in beautiful Inalahan, you can also get the COVID vaccine for your young person, ages 5 to 11. Once again, 10 in the morning until 6 p.m. at both venues. And then at the University of Guam Fieldhouse, you can get your young person vaccinated right alongside you. If you want to get your booster, you want to get the vaccine for the first time, please go do so every day except Sundays and Thursdays over at UOG from 11 in the morning until 5 p.m. Remember, some of the leadership and some of the people in the medical community have said, they do realize that getting young people who don't drive, obviously, this is somewhat of a logistical challenge, so they've extended the hours again. 10 to 6 Mondays, Thursdays, and Fridays up in Dededo, 10 to 6 on Tuesdays and Wednesdays down in Inalahan at the Public Health Community Centers in both of those respective villages, and then 11 to 5 at the University of Guam Fieldhouse in Mingilao. If you would like to make an appointment for the public health centers, it's tinyurl.com/COVID stops with me. And for UOG, it is tinyurl.com/VAX Guam.
Jay, the numbers reported yesterday out of the Joint Information Center, the cases continue to come down?
Yeah, I was kind of taking a look at this because, we actually hit a milestone. I remember territorial epidemiologist Dr. Ann Pabutsky said that kind of like the barometer of how we know when we're starting to get better will be 25 positive cases a day sustained. On Friday night, I think we had 23, and then Saturday it went up to like 27, and then Sunday it was down to like 22. So I mean, it's teetering on that level. But again, remember, sustained. So we didn't really figure out exactly what sustained means. Does that mean for like consistently for a week?
3 days in a row is pretty sustained.
Yeah, but it's starting to come down. So we're doing what we have to do.
I wonder, maybe Mayor Jesse has heard something. Let's get Mayor Jesse Alig, the Mayor's Council of Guam president. Always love starting a conversation like that. Mayor Jesse, have you heard? Good morning. Have you heard anything about lifting of restrictions for Thanksgiving?
No, I haven't heard anything yet. I know that I have not heard anything yet. We did not have a meeting last week, and so not too sure. Haven't heard anything. Just the weather.
Right, just something about the weather. We'll have more on that coming up at 8:20. So I know the governor's in New York on a date night or something, but you didn't hear anything about restrictions for Thanksgiving. Nothing at all, sir.
Oh.
Okay. What do you think though, Mayor? Just kind of knowing this administration and seeing that we have had the 3 days of 20-some positives.
Well, I'm hopeful the restrictions. Well, there'll be some lifted restrictions for sure, and that's just me. Yeah, I'm thinking that I think most people have already figured out how to live safely for the most part. Right. And then you get, of course, you're going to have those little issues, but I mean, really, for the most part, I think everyone is, and even for us as mayors, right? The equipment that we lend out, if we even lend anything out, most people already know they only going to borrow 20 chairs or 25 chairs at the most, and most of us don't lend tables anymore and canopies because if you're only having 25 people, you don't really need a canopy. You can hang out under the tree, right? Like we used to. So yeah, it's kind of most people get it. Typically, they call us for just the lisadzo type thing at home, or if there's an anniversary, that's typically what they call us for. So I really think that most people have figured out how to do it safely. I mean, we're gonna get the few in between, but I think for the most part, we're gonna be okay. So yeah, I think lifting some of the restrictions, I think it's gonna happen. I'm hopeful. I really am.
What do you think, though, if we do lift the restrictions? Do you think that the restrictions that have been placed on the unvaccinated will be lifted as well? Or do you think it's going to be, only vaccinated can have Thanksgiving up to 50 people?
Yeah, I still think, I think not what I want. I think my opinion is that I think everything will still be based on your vaccination status. Based on what we've done, what we've seen in the past, and what's happening now. I'm almost sure that it'll be based on your vaccination status. Let's hope it's not based on 3 doses, just your 1 and 2, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I don't know if it's if only the boosted can have Thanksgiving, then I'm not going to have to make much food.
Well, that's good because the prices are higher these days.
Oh my God, Mayor, what is going on with the prices?
You can buy a smaller turkey.
But Mayor, I mean, do you think that because we've all been waiting for this, you know, when the Dr. Ann Pobutsky came out and said, 25 cases or less sustained means we're coming out of this surge. Is this something to be celebrated, or are you thinking at all about all the Manumco that we lost along the way? Because it was mostly Manumco who died during this surge. People with a lot of underlying conditions that we don't know if they were even able to get the vaccine.
Well, honestly, I think for the most part, most people are either their sense of awareness is heightened because of this, because of what we've experienced. I don't want to think that we should be in, you know, this lockdown or these restrictions for too much longer, because we just have to learn how to live with it, and just make sure that and so over the weekend, and as an example, I spoke to several residents, not just from PD, but from other villages, and you know, their reaction to what happened within their families was correct, was spot on. They weren't feeling too well. They went to get checked, and they had some kind of sickness, but it wasn't COVID. And it was 3 different families that I spoke to that had you know, multi-generational families in the home, and it was precisely that. As soon as you're not feeling well, just get checked. And so you'll know your status. You'll know if you need more additional medical attention, or you're going to be okay. You need to isolate and so forth. Thankfully, none of the 3 families that I spoke to were COVID related, but they were sick. You know, they felt sick. And all 3 families were vaccinated. So including their Manumco. But the first thing on their minds were the really young children and the Manumco in the home. And they took care of it. You know, that's just what it needs to be for all of us. If you're not feeling well, just go check your doctor. And public health is available. I know that there's a lot of, you know, complaints about contacting public health, but quite honestly, we just need to continue to try. The 311 option 2 for vaccination and for homebound assistance. I know it has always been, you know, contentious, but it works. It really does work. I know that one time I tried it and they weren't answering, and they just kind of had to run away on a little project, and that's what their explanation was. But typically it works, you know. So those types of things, I think we just need to continue to press out, and just for awareness sake, so that, you know, you're prepared and that your family is checked and everyone's healthy. That's really how we need to live, and that's just keeping your family safe. And I think if we continue to do that, we'll be okay. We'll be okay to celebrate Thanksgiving, and we'll be okay to celebrate everything else, you know, our birthdays and the happy things in life, because it is what it is, and I think it'll be okay.
That's a beautiful sentiment, Mayor. May I also ask, do you at all get any sense from Island residents that they might be thinking it's like, okay, I still want to have Thanksgiving to some degree, but if I can kind of scale back on that, seeing as how we're not completely out of the woods yet, I'm okay with that if we can have more of a traditional proper Christmas and also celebrate Santa Maria and Camalan Day. It's like you kind of have to balance them.
Yeah, well, I think what I'm hearing more is that they want to celebrate, but they know they need to celebrate in a different way. Celebrate with less family, but with family, you know, or celebrate with friends, but less friends. So that's kind of what I'm hearing. And then, of course, you know, last week, I mean, I don't know if it was a media release, but I know it was sent around about Santa Maria and Camalan, and I haven't heard. And so I've seen it go through several different group chats, and there was not one negative remark about it. I think the Catholic Church on that side, I think it's commendable that they've addressed that so early enough to let people know that, you know, it's just going to be done a different way. And I think I know you guys saw that, but when they did that the first time, it spoke volumes, quite honestly. And so I think I'm glad that Monsignor James issued that notice, and that, you know, we'll prepare that way. And then looking forward to Christmas, I just feel like more people again will prepare to celebrate, but just in a different way, and still celebrate with families, still celebrate with friends, but just less.
Now I
think the issue we're gonna have is most people are enjoying the partying outdoors, are partying out like at a restaurant or at an event place. Now that's going to be the issue, right? Because they're not. If the government restrictions are still held, then they're not going to, you know, they're not going to change their status, and so we'll leave it at that for now.
Are you seeing this, Mayor? You know, I'm seeing this stuff nationally trending on social media, where it's people are starting to talk about how they're not inviting their unvaccinated friends and relatives to holiday functions. Are you hearing any of that at all?
I'm not hearing of any of that. No, I'm not. I'm not hearing it. I have not heard it. No, I can't say. How do I feel about it? Well, I know that in my circle, in my bubble, we're okay. You know, as far as vaccinated and not vaccinated, those of us that get together are healthy, and try to stay healthy. And I think that's bottom line.
My family had something like that, and it was an awkward conversation to have, but it was one that needed to happen. Like, all my aunties had to say, like, okay, well, we want to do something like this and kind of keep it, you know, in line with the regulation, but we've just got to ask respectively and everything like that within each of your families who's been vaccinated, who isn't.
Well,
I think one of the things that I've seen is that if they're not vaccinated, and I think because they know us and they know me, we'll get together and they'll say, hey, I'm not vaccinated, you know, and just I'm glad for them being forthright, and I think that's the company you keep, right?
Yeah, I'm doing a podcast today, Mayor, and one of the 4 people that I'm recording it with is not vaccinated. So when I told the other people, I was like, hey, you want to jump on this podcast? They're like, yeah. And I was like, well, I'm doing it with so-and-so is not vaccinated. And they're like, yeah, okay, fine. Because you're right. I mean, just because you're not vaccinated doesn't mean that you don't, you know, do all the stuff that's supposed to keep you safe. Sabrina, good morning.
Hi, good morning, Mayor. Has there been any update on the ESF? Have you guys received your money?
No update on ESF, no update on ARPA. I have been in communication with the administration about both monies, both funds, and I'm hoping to meet with them soon. I'll let you know. I'm hoping it'll be sometime this week.
What about
I don't know.
What about the COVID differential pay?
And it's the same with the COVID differential pay.
It just seems that, you know, there's a lot of employees with the Mayor's Council of Guam that have been doing so much, and it's like you guys are, you know, you're front line, but at the end of the line, in terms of getting
Well, you know what, and I'll
paid.
just tell you, because and I don't want it to be negative in any way. It's kind of proof that we have been there. And so we have one district who now is not delivering senior meals because we have not received gas reimbursement, and gas is $5. We have not received any vehicle repair or vehicle service or new vehicles. And I don't blame this mayor. I really don't. And so when the mayor informed me that they no longer want to deliver, or they no longer can deliver senior meals based on these issues, first of all, I can't complain. They're the mayor, right? And we'll leave it at that. It's their decision as the mayor. But as the president, I can't complain because we've been asking for the help. I'm not sure how soon we're going to get the help, but this particular district, just kind of is not able to do it. And I think you'll remember at an earlier story at the onset of COVID, most of us purchased used vehicles from GSA, and that's the money that's the kind of vehicles we can afford, are the used ones, the ones that cost less than $5,000. And so what does that mean? I mean, even in your personal lives, when you purchase something less than $5,000, you know for sure that something's wrong or something will go wrong soon enough. And so those vehicles, instead of coming to us directly, were used for COVID response. So I don't recall how many months, but it was quite a long time that the vehicles that we purchased out of our district funds were used for COVID response from public health. And ultimately we received them back. And they did, the chief of staff and DPW, they did a good job at making sure that we received the vehicles in good order. But again, they're used, and apparently this one district is just kind of, stuck because they're less vehicles, and they still have to continue the work of their district. And so the Division of Senior Citizens is taking over, and they've handled the distribution of the meals for those particular manam. But we're certainly not going to let that go. But I think it's a testament to the need in the villages. And so you're right.
What district is this?
Well, it's not, like I said, the Manamco are taken care of. They're not good. They're not, and the mayor really just tried his best, and he, but I'm just sharing it because you're right. We need the help, and that's proof.
Mayor, what district was it? What village?
Again, it's not negative.
And I'm not trying to say that it is. I'm just saying that it's an example of how, if you can't afford to keep doing it, and then you have the administration not providing the help for mayors who have been there since day one. I mean, what do you guys have to do? Go and beg and beg and beg and beg and beg?
So
I'm just saying, at what point is it enough is enough for you?
Well, I think at that point, if it gets to the point to where, I'll try to hold off as long as I can. But like Mayor McDonald is a senior mayor, and he has worked in through many different administrations. And I think at this point he has just, it really is more than frustrating for him. And, I don't want it to get to a point where everyone else feels that way. And so that's why I'm saying I believe we will have this meeting with the administration sometime this week about the money coming to us.
Okay. First, let's just break this down, though. You haven't received your ESF funds, even though being notified since August that you guys were awarded funding for all these different mayors and districts for your after school type programs, and also to conduct some CIP projects to prepare the facilities for these after school programs. You have not received, employees of the Mayor's Council, frontliners, have not received COVID differential pay since when?
Oh gosh, I can't confirm the actual date. It's been several months now.
Yeah, I'd like to find out that date. And,
yeah, I can get that.
And so, in terms of ARP money, the Mayor's Council of Guam has received how much?
None so far. None that I am aware of.
And you have a particular village, Agania Heights, they don't even have vehicles, is that what you're saying? To deliver food to Armanumco?
That's correct.
And you're going to be having a meeting with Adelup this week to say.
I'm hoping that it'll be this week. I'm hoping that we'll have a meeting this week to discuss the process in which we'll receive this rescue plan money.
Mayor, don't you already meet with the governor's office weekly?
I do, but that hasn't. We have not. Since then we have not received any, and we didn't have a meeting last week. That's what I mentioned earlier. So I'm hoping to meet this week.
I don't know why you're not mad.
Oh no, I am. I mean, it is. It's. It is. Everyone's frustrated, but you kind of have to keep a level head sometimes because there's still a whole lot going on out there.
So when you see an expenditure report or an allocation report of ARP monies, nothing on that report was like, Mayor's Council didn't even get anything. My employees that are busting their butts every single day for COVID response haven't received anything.
But we paid $2 million in credit card fees first.
Actually allocated about $6 million.
$6 million, I'm sorry.
I did have, I didn't send a written comment about it, but when I saw it, I was concerned that there were other entities that received money. We don't even need $1 million, to keep us going. Not that I believe, but at least some support for our vehicles, our aging vehicles, right, that we use on a daily basis, sometimes 7 days a week. That was disheartening, and that'll definitely be part of the discussions for sure. I'll let you know. I'll keep you posted on that. I haven't called you because we haven't had the meeting.
Yeah. Well, good luck with that.
Yeah, thanks. I'm hopeful. And just like the ESF, it's like we just, like I said, we used the money, or we need the money to prepare in advance, right, for our programs. Now that we know, school might even be going back to face-to-face for 5 days a week. There's nothing stopping us from starting our after-school programs. And so we're certainly going to need the money for that, to prepare for that. And like I mentioned, we don't need a lot of that money, or some of that money is also to prepare for the program and not just to actually execute the program. So
yeah, we had a comment here. It's serious when Sabrina says Dalai. Yeah. F. Glenn comments in, plenty empty promises. Yeah, Mayor, what do you make of that? Because the governor's office, through the communications director, Crystal Paco San Augustine, they came out with a release in August bragging about how they had awarded all these millions of dollars to different nonprofits and also the mayors for, like the after-school program. So I don't know. I mean, I didn't do so well in school. But
politics is that an empty promise is after 4 years, if it was not, and it's just my opinion, after 4 years, if it wasn't delivered, then it's an empty promise. That's politics.
Not 4 months.
Not 4 months.
Okay.
So, unfortunately, that's Sabrina. If she wasn't wearing her mask, I would know her true feelings. But
I don't think you'd.
Even with the mask, you can still see your eyes burning.
Oh yeah. So no, I'm not going to consider it an empty promise now. Unfortunately, as much as many will want to say or disagree with me, I just feel like an empty promise is after 4 years because that's how long they have to deliver. Unfortunately, we can't. A lot of us can't wait. Already one district can't wait for 4 years.
Yeah.
Needed it now.
I just don't know why they would come out with a release that says they awarded the money when no one's got it yet. It's crazy. We had another comment here. Mayor Robert comments, the governor has a plan, Nye. Watch when it's election, she's going to give money out. Daisy says, the most hardworking and most essential department, the mayor's office, haven't received their funding. Really, they're about 24-hour service. Give them their money now. Last I checked, I know your staffers, they're not making $1 million. They could use it, the money, right?
Yeah.
That's for sure. And they worked all weekend.
Yeah, that's why I always ask every week when you come on, just to see if there's been any progress, and unfortunately, there hasn't been, and so that's why I'm wondering if you're like just completely frustrated at this point, because I'm sure a lot of the employees who deserve their COVID differential pay.
I mean, can you imagine the conversation?
And not only that, the ESF and any freaking ARP money. My goodness, it has been how long?
Since May.
Yeah,
it's been since May, Sabrina.
I know you had to have been burning when you saw some of the people that agencies that got funding. Come on now, because I was surprised. Like, wait a minute, why isn't the Mayor's Council of Guam on here?
I mean, if you're going to give money to the Chamorro Language Commission, give money to the mayors. Just the list to me didn't make sense.
That was my thing. Is like, I'm all for cultural preservation and posterity, and but Chamorro. I mean, I'm Chamorro. I'm not saying that I don't appreciate the Chamorro language and that I do not want to sustain the Chamorro language, but for whatever reason, I feel like that amount of money have been used. Could have been used a whole lot more, or with. I don't want to say it wrong, but I'm just saying that really I think the Mayor's Council of Guam could have used that same amount.
I could only imagine how difficult a decision it was for the mayor of Agana Heights, who is probably, I believe, the longest serving mayor on the Mayor's Council of Guam, a former MCOG president, to have to make that decision to say, look, we can't keep doing this when we don't have the resources to do it. What did you say? Delivering food to our Manumco? I mean, that's got to be difficult. Like, deep down gut punch. Like, I'm so sorry, but I don't have the cars. I don't have the money for the gas.
I guess the governor's okay with that.
Well, like I said, we have to put out our fires. And we made sure that the public health or Division of Senior Citizens was there to help us. But you're right. I mean, and that it had to have been. It got to a point where he already just he couldn't do it anymore. And I don't want to see that happen to everyone else, to anyone else, really. And to not be able to do that for his residents, for his constituents, for his uncle, like you said, has to, it just, I mean, all of us are, take pride in our uncle, regardless of what, whatever transpires, we do take pride in them, and we make sure that we try and take good care of them. And so, yeah, I mean, when it comes down to resources, it's dwindling for sure. And the other thing is when they talk about our nonprofits or our non-appropriated funds, most of us don't have too much non-appropriated funds because we're not able to. They're not using our parks. They're not using our fields. There's no revenue generating on that end of the operation. So you can't say that there's other money, there's cash to be spent, because for the most part, most of us make that additional money from those types of donations for the use of our facilities.
Yeah. I just think it shouldn't be acceptable to continue to say it is what it is.
Yeah.
I know that's a hashtag, but maybe change it to hashtag we deserve better.
Yeah. I mean, where's the lieutenant governor? We have a lieutenant governor, right? Crickets. All right, Mayor. Thank you.
Hashtag. I think I'm going to borrow that.
Yeah. Run it into the ground, Mayor. But never mind, Build Back Better. Like, we deserve better now. All right, Mayor. I better go.
Was there any other updates that you had that you wanted to share?
No. I don't know. You got me thinking about something else. But no, I don't have anything else to update you on.
Well, just again, thank you for what you do, all the mayors and all of the staff at the mayor's offices.
For sure. We are grateful for our staff as well. Thank you, too, for acknowledging that all the time.
So that being said, Mayor, I have one final question, and this one might be a little bit tough, but going back to Thanksgiving, right? We know you, and we know your character, we know your heart, and how much reverence you have for tradition and for practices passed down from like one generation to the other. So where do you stand on fried turkey?
Fried turkey. I actually like fried turkey.
You don't mind the deep fried turkey?
I'm sorry?
You don't mind the deep fried turkey over traditional?
No, I don't. Not at all.
All right.
I don't do it, but I don't mind it.
It seems kind of scary, Jay. I tried it. It seems kind of scary.
Bree, you've done deep fried turkey, right?
Not me personally, but I have one of those little machine things that you dump the turkey in, and when it's done, I'm like, oh yeah, this is good.
See, she's confident because she got a connected GFD, but the rest of us, I don't know about that.
That's right.
Hey, Mayor, check this out though. What about
I have a cousin that does it, and
it's
it's good. You know, but I won't do it. I won't do it.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Jay, what about a deep fried turkey stuffed with turkey tails?
What?
Whoa.
Fire department.
That sounds good.
Call the fire department and Dr. Wynn.
Just to be on standby, right? Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Mayor.
Okay. Have a good week.
All right. There you
Have
go.
a good one.
Yeah, it's just frustrating. And you know what's more frustrating is that every week we get Mayor Alec on, and every week it's the same old thing. Ever since we got this money. Can you remember when people were excited that we got the money and we were like, oh, we're getting the money, and it was like, we thought we were getting, and then they came out of the release and they said, yeah, we got the money, and we're like, yeah, and everyone was like, oh my God, and that was how many months ago?
Yeah,
And
forgive me for asking, but is this grounds for a grievance, or can a complaint be filed on that if you're a public sector worker and you haven't been paid due money?
Yeah, of course.
You can do that, right?
Of course, but they're not going to do it. How is some mayor's staffer who makes, what, $22,000, $25,000, how are they going to afford a lawyer or whatever? I mean, unless...
No.
Yeah, it's just nuts. And then we're talking about the little people here, and it's so easy for them to be overlooked. I mean, these are the people where they're picking up the dog tears the trash, they're picking it up the dead animals, they're just doing so much.
And they probably don't want to have to get into the legal stuff because they're like, I just want to be at my office grinding and I want to help our villagers.
Can you imagine like the conversation around their dinner table where it's like, oh, aren't you supposed to get that, the $1,200 in the COVID pay? And babe, the mayor said it's coming, and they've been saying that for months. And we're talking about people who don't make a lot of money, so that money that they're owed, it means so much to them. We're not talking about like a, bank president or whatever, business owner or whatever, being shorted of a couple grand over how many months. They wouldn't even feel that. But these staffers, they're feeling it.
That's possibly their entire children's Christmas right there.
Yes.
Ouch.
You, Jay. It's 8:01. We're going to take a quick break, and we're coming back with more of the link. Good morning. Oh, by the way, our friends at Three Squares Marketplace, they're having a job fair that I'll tell you guys about. I saw it on their Instagram.
Yeah, they are.
Okay, so we'll talk about that coming up here. It's 8:01. Also on the way, she's making her first public appearance since announcing her intention to run as a Democratic candidate for governor in the CNMI. We're catching up this morning with CNMI Representative Tina Sablan. Okay, so that's happening. We also got Work Week weather with Len and I led of the National Weather Service. All that and a whole lot more coming up next on The Link. Good morning.
A healthier you, making diabetes history on Guam.
Presented in partnership with Calno Select Care and Paradise Fitness Center. We all know that a healthy lifestyle is important to prevent chronic diseases and long-term illnesses and boost mental health. It's difficult to determine exactly which healthy habits are worth investing in to live longer and healthier lives. But FHP is here to help. Tune into The Link every Tuesday for FHP Hoffa Health Tips, brought to you by Take Care. Helpful advice about healthy lifestyle choices that will have a big difference in your health from the medical experts at FHP Clinic. FHP Hoffa Health Tips on The Link every Tuesday is brought to you by Take Care.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC. GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Hafa I'm Governor Lou Leon Guerrero, and this is my given story. For me, cancer hits too close to home. Both my father Jesus and my brother Tony suffered and died from cancer. As a nurse, I cried with many families who lost their loved ones to cancer. Your generosity will advance cancer treatment, increase community education, and promote prevention. Consider giving to the American Cancer Society.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutters, chainsaw, power washers, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barragata along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app. Got a question about your finances? You've come to the right place. Bring all your accounts together, even those that aren't with us, and see the big picture, right down to the smallest detail. Unlock powerful tools like Insights and Money Map that help you save time and take control of your finances. When you connect accounts with the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Chris and Sabrina at 637-0094 on Breeze 93.9 FM.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV 8 or from CBS on KUAM TV 11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of
o'clock hour. Jason, Chris, Sabrina, and DJ Joser steering the ship, but you are our lovely passengers.
Yep.
We
steer it up.
We deeply appreciate each and every one of you for joining with us, taking part in these interviews. We just, of course, talked to Mayor's Council of Guam President and PD Mayor Jesse Allig about what may come out of Thanksgiving, what he's projecting it might look like, and then also not speculating on what the financial situation is of unpaid COVID differential pay for the mayor's office staff. So we certainly hope there is a resolve to that. We're going to get into news, talk about everything that's going on with vaccination. There is, I was mentioning the vaccination clinics again, Monday, Wednesday, Friday up in Dedido from 11 to 5, I believe. I'll get the paper. Tuesday and Thursday over in Inalahan, and every day except Sunday and Thursday over at the UOG Calvo Fieldhouse. We also want to mention that the Archdiocese of Agana, American Medical Center, and GRMC and the Guam Guard are going to have a children's vaccination clinic at Father Duenas Memorial, assumedly at the Phoenix Center, this Saturday. That's going to be on the 20th from 4 to 7 in the afternoon. So if you need to get your child ages 5 to 11 vaccinated, please go and do so. Remember the the period when if you got the second shot, it may have waned after about a half year or so. So if you got your shot 6 months or later, you're probably candidate for a booster, and we highly encourage you to do so. All 4 of us have got it now.
Boosted.
We feel great. Okay, but before we get to that, a little bit of business. Where do you guys stand on spoilers? People spoiling movie endings for you?
I don't mind.
I don't care.
I know Bree doesn't. Bree actually asked, and I was like, Bree, have you seen that movie? Like Empire Strikes Back? Just tell me how it ends. Okay, well, Darth Vader's
I like
dad.
to know. I like to know.
Because
I watch these movies or these things on YouTube, Jay. I know you've seen these there's different channels where they'll be like full breakdown of the movie. I watch those before I watch the movie.
But it's a spoiler alert, right?
Yeah. Sometimes they'll have a spoiler-free one, and then they'll have like.
I have never seen any of the Twilight movies, and I began my journey down that rabbit hole on Friday. So I messaged Bree on Saturday morning.
A lot.
I was like, Bree, I started watching like Twilight, and before I can get into
No, you said I watched Twilight.
Yeah, I watched Twilight. She's like, Bella becomes a bloodsucker. She gets bit. I'm like, gee, thanks.
You said I watched Twilight, and I have so many questions.
Yeah, but I didn't mean I watched all 5
well,
movies.
I didn't know what you meant. I just told you.
So now I know
what he meant.
Bella becomes a vampire.
Yeah.
All I got to do is watch emo and brooding for, I guess, 10 more hours.
I wish they had a version of Twilight where it's like they took all like the romance out and just like combined all the fighting scenes and the vampire stuff. Because it's like, how do you make a vampire movie with a like little to no vampire action?
It is a beautifully shot movie. I'll give it that. It looks, but Bree's thing has always been she doesn't mind movies being spoiled for her. Like I've recommended so many Netflix movies to her just in the past like month, and she's like, so how does it end? I'm like, I really don't want to say. She's like, just tell me how it's going to end. I'll still watch it. I'll still enjoy it, but I gotta know. The quintessential journalist.
That's right. No surprises. Hey, it's 8:11, guys. Good morning. November 15, 2021.
Oh, and again, Joe Sir and I, we're rocking our Analista and Company gear this morning because if you guys go and check them out, Analista_CO on Instagram, Joe Sir and I, Team KUM. If garments that you buy from our buddy Norm Analista's company, $15 from every hoodie goes to help our friends at Catholic Social Services for their food pantry.
Nice.
So we are completely on board with that. Both organizations have been very, very good friends of KUM for many, many years. We support them wholeheartedly. So get you some.
I wonder if that's one of the uses. 'Cause remember when the CARES Act came out? One of the uses that was allowable was establishing like a food bank. Remember? So the governor could have bought like all this food and just given it out to people. But there was other food assistance going on. Just you had me on the donation.
And guys, I'm wearing sushi. Is there any better way to start the day than that? Look at.
I love that shirt.
Look at some of this.
I love it.
What's your favorite sushi too?
I don't really know about all the rice, especially because we're debuting our diabetes promotion today.
Yeah, we actually kicked off the series on Sunday,
Right.
And today we're going to be having.
And yesterday was World Diabetes Day, right?
Right, Sunday was World Diabetes Day. Joan had a piece on that, which will air a little bit later.
Yeah.
But all this week, we're going to be having interviews with local and global experts on diabetes awareness, from the impact of diabetes to prevention and care to technology that is available today for diabetics and technology in development for the future. And then on Friday, we're going to be having a virtual town hall meeting where we're going to talk about the AI validation study.
Totally interactive.
That's going to be conducted on Guam. And please, if you have any questions about diabetes, post them in the comments. And you can also call into our show during the live interviews, which are every day this week at 9 o'clock in the morning.
It's going to be very informative. I got a lot of questions. Yesterday was World Diabetes Day.
Yes.
And I celebrated by my blood sugar was like 95. So my fasting blood sugar was 95, that's below pre-diabetic. So that was cool.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Good
Well,
job.
I mean, I don't even know. And that's why I'm really excited to get them on because I started doing the little prick.
Mm-hmm.
I started pricking myself with the blood sugar thing. And so I'll prick myself a couple times a day and I get these readings. I know what's a good number and all that stuff, but I don't know what it means, like the context of it, the long term. And so I got a lot of questions. Maybe I'll get me a fake Facebook account so when we have our town hall, I can type in and be like, hey, I got this question.
Well, fortunately, because of the advances in technology and a
Yeah.
lot of the innovative concepts that are coming up, you may not have to do that much longer.
Yeah, that's what I know we're saying, and that's what's really cool about this AI
Yeah.
deal.
All
right, it's 8:15, Monday, November 15th, year. Well, I feel weird saying year of the COVID and still because the cases are really ramping down. So it's year of our Lord 2021, our 8 o'clock newscast now with the very latest from the KUAM news team. Sabrina Salas-Matanani, good morning.
Off it, everybody. On Sunday night, the Joint Information Center reported 27 people hospitalized for COVID-19, 4 patients receiving ICU level of care, 2 on a ventilator. The JIC also reports that out of the 27 hospitalized patients, 17 are vaccinated and 10 are unvaccinated. Since Friday night, Guam recorded a total of 73 new positive cases out of a total of 1,758 tests conducted. Additional results are pending analysis from other clinics and will be reported in tonight's JIC report. To date, there have been a total of 18,913 officially reported cases, 258 deaths, 1,993 cases are in isolation, and 16,662 have recovered. As of November 12th, the CAR score has dropped significantly. It is now at 4.5. Meanwhile, as of November 13th, a total of 124,610 of Guam's eligible population, this is residents 5 years and older, are fully vaccinated. 1,007 residents 5 to 11 years old received their first dose of the Pfizer 2-dose series. 13,451 doses of the Pfizer, 6,695 doses of Moderna, and 167 doses of Johnson & Johnson have been administered as either boosters to eligible residents or as a third dose. Vaccination clinics being held today at the UOG Calville Fieldhouse from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m., the Northern Region Community Health Center from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., a booster clinic also being held in Dededo at the Estumbo Senior Center from 8:30 in the morning to 1:30 in the afternoon. Community testing is still being held at the Tees and Carnival grounds from 8 a.m. to 12 noon. Also, just a reminder, if you test positive and are eligible for the monoclonal antibody treatment, it's still available at the Infusion Center, set up at the Mingilao Community Senior Center. The MAB treatment is free. You can schedule an appointment by calling 671-998-4627 from 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. or 671-734-9203 from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. Monday through Saturday. The CNMI reports that 5 more people tested positive for COVID from travel testing and surveillance testing on the 13th. There are now 49 active cases, 0 hospitalizations. There have been 98 new cases since October 28th on Saipan. 71 were found through contact tracing, 18 through community testing, and 9 via travel testing. The CNMI conducted a total of 546 tests on the 13th. The total case count since March of last year is 389. In other news, 4 people were rushed to the hospital as a result of a car crash with serious injuries along Marine Corps Drive by Polaris Point. GFD received a 911 call reporting an auto accident with serious injuries on Route 1 by Polaris at 11:43 Sunday morning. Fire units arrived on scene about 10 minutes later. 4 patients, 2 adults, and 2 minors were transported to GMH. We're still waiting for more information from GPD about this crash. With more news now, here is Tyler Mazzanoni.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
Hafidi, good morning, everyone. I'm Tyler Mazzanoni with your headlines here on The Link. Guam's public schools continue to drown in a sad state of despair. The Dededo Pool has been closed since February, while the Hagåtña Pool is now permanently closed. Will one pool be opening soon, or will a new one be built? Daniel Perez reports.
Despite opening back in February for a week, the Dededo Pool closed again due to health violations. As for the decades-old Hagåtña Pool, it's been completely ignored. Department of Parks and Recreation Administrator William Stinnett.
The problem why it shut down was some public health issues. So we've addressed those issues in our bid, and also a couple of mechanical issues that needed maintenance that need to be done and upgraded. So one thing was the media sand, our 3 filters. They are never been maintained since the pool first opening. So that will be addressed in the bid. One of the main pumps are down too. Before the Dededo Pool can open, the bidding process needs to end. We've been in the bid process. We started the bid process maybe April or May. As of right now, you can tell there's water in the pool, but it has been drained, it's been sanded, and it's been painted by DPR employees. And we're just waiting for GSA to pick a certified bidder. We have funds to go ahead with the project. We're just waiting for GSA to award a winning bidder. As for the Hagåtña Pool? Right now it's with the GITA. They're just trying to do a final analysis to see if it's worth restoring and other options to build a new Olympic-sized pool, because that pool has been around for, I think, the 70s. And the plan for the Olympic-sized pool? It's still in the works. I've seen final drawings. This Dededo location, this was phase 1. So phase 2 is supposed to be Olympic-sized pool on that side, and the water lines and everything set up already. There's room in our facility for the new filters if they do decide to build it up here. DPR is waiting for word on GITA as to the funding for the Olympic-sized pool. DPR is looking to open the Dededo Pool by either Christmas time or the first week of January if the bid process comes through from GSA. Daniel Perez reporting for Guam's News Network.
History in the making as a first ever uniform policy for investigating the use of deadly force by law enforcement has been formally adopted by island law enforcement agencies. According to a release from Attorney General Levin Camacho, recent officer-involved shootings resulting in death or serious injury led to the discovery that no comprehensive use of force policy was in place. Under the new policy, an independent investigative team was established. The team will investigate officer-involved incidents, and a review of those findings would determine if presentation to a grand jury is warranted. AG Camacho also said officers will soon receive standardized de-escalation training.
It's really geared towards an encounter between law enforcement and someone who is either having mental health issues or in a crisis and is armed with anything other than a firearm. So a knife, just kind of acting erratically. And what they teach them, I believe there's a tactical component where you have 2 officers who are responding. You have one who's there to talk them through. And instead of meeting force with force, to try to get them to calm down.
Camacho adds the ICAT training integrating communications and tactics would probably have yearly certification requirements. CNMI Governor Ralph Torres wants to see an end to the House committee investigating his expenditures. Tomas Manglona reports.
So I wrote a letter, and my letter is basically saying that, hey, you're dragging in these employees that are innocent. You're asking them questions about their opinion. They're asking them about their not even scope of work on their line.
In his November 8 letter, he says no governor has experienced this level of harassment and slander in the history of the CNMI, and Torres proposed written questions submitted by the committee by November 15.
We need to stop this. We need to have a deadline on this. I gave them a time frame.
He's had enough.
And stop dragging all of our innocent government employees and put anxiety to them and their families. And so you have your questions, you have your documents, write me the letter and I'll answer those.
So will the governor ever appear before the committee?
I didn't say there's no chance. I'm just saying that you got to stop this. There got to be a timeline on this. So there's no timeline for them. So I wrote that letter and I asked that we respect that process. So I wrote that letter and I'll wait for their response.
In an interview on The Link earlier this week, Committee Chair Selena Babata says they plan to wrap the hearings up by the end of the year. Tomas Manglotnya for KUAM News.
And a quick programming note, make sure to tune in tonight for CBS TV 11 at 8 p.m. for Adele, One Night Only. Adele One Night Only special was filmed at the Griffith Observatory in Los Angeles and includes performances of some of Adele's most popular hits, in addition to some never-before-heard songs. Again, that's tonight at 8 p.m. on CBS TV 11. That's it for now. We'll see you tonight for KUAM News Primetime.
This news update is brought to you by Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
All right, and thank you so much, Ty. And now we are going to head into the KUAM News Zoom room where Landon Idlet is standing by way over in Teedzum with a look at what the weather is going on. And Landon, by the looks of it, I'm either thinking that you have highly decorated your office with an amazing Christmas pattern, or you found Eddie Van Halen from like way back.
Indeed, it is decorated. It is in the process of getting Christmas-fied. It's been a busy weekend. I'm trying to get my house set up. My neighbors keep putting up more lights, and that demands a response. We will respond promptly, but I was on the roof yesterday trying to put in clips and stuff into my roof line. Every time I would get up on the roof, it would rain.
And you have not one but two Christmas trees that adorn your office.
That's correct. I have two trees now, so at least they're going up in my office, but at the house, it's still a work in process. So we will get there eventually. But again, it was just off and on showers yesterday. Not too much heavy stuff, but just enough to make it a problem if you're hanging off 25 feet of your roof with the ground below.
Well, you were having a holly jolly Christmas already here in mid-November. Nothing wrong with that. But I'm curious
definitely
to see,
working on it.
I'm curious to see if we're going to be we're going to have to walk around with the umbrella because we're going to be like a few inches of rain underwater in the next couple of days. What do you got?
Yeah, that's definitely it. We're looking at a trade wind disturbance, and we were talking about it last week. And let me turn my camera around, show you what we're looking at. It's nothing much to speak of this morning here across Guam and the CNMI. It's beautiful, dry morning, just some spotty showers passing over for the most part. But once we zoom out, you see that weather to our east, and that's starting to filter in just east of our coastal waters, eastward toward 150 east longitude. And farther behind that, we see more showers and thunderstorms. That is this disturbance that will be making its approach toward Guam and the CNMI later today, tonight, and then Tuesday, Wednesday. So some of the models are putting out between 2 and 3 inches of rainfall between this evening and Thursday afternoon with this disturbance passing. Last week, we were looking at the possibility of a tropical type system moving through or near us and then developing into the Philippine Sea. That looks much less likely at this time. So that is the good news for us. Definitely not a tropical storm, a depression, or a typhoon that we will be dealing with, but very much a robust trade wind surge that will be coming through. And so I'm going to go a little bit different from normal Mondays. I'm showing you this.
We're doing some navigation on this morning's report.
Yeah, this is what I usually have on the slides, but I'm showing you the hand analysis at our shifts. We do this twice a day, every day. And so this yellow area, those are that much stronger winds, 20 to 25 knot winds on the open waters. This is Guam right there. This is all coming at us as we speak. So the winds will be picking up in the coming days. It was breezy yesterday. It's going to be a little bit breezy today. Anderson Air Force Base is showing winds around sustained 15 miles per hour. Not so much here at the airport since we're right in the middle of the island, but the winds will be cranking up as we go through today and then to Tuesday and Wednesday. So currently no surf advisories or small craft advisories in effect for the waters, but that could change over the next 24 hours as this whole thing comes through. And so again, this is just another map that I was playing around with. I found this on the internet, and so you can make depictions. So this is all that stuff. This is that surface trough right through here, pardon those errors, but it's all coming our way. So that's going to be approaching us. The showers will be gradually filling in with the clouds more so this afternoon, evening, and then overnight. Not a deluge, not a complete washout, but it's going to be a significant uptick in showers and a chance of thunderstorms for Tuesday and Wednesday, and then back to a drier pattern.
And again, it does bear repeating. Beg your pardon, Landon, but it bears repeating that you said like your indications right now are that it's not going to mature into like what might be like some sort of tropical storm force system. Right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay.
And so some of the models were putting out a weak developing system moving through Guam or near Guam about a week ago. This was looking way in advance for today and tomorrow, putting a weak circulation moving through the islands today and tomorrow, possibly a tropical depression developing into a storm. That does not look like the case at this point. And so there were some rumors circulating over the weekend. I was getting a number of messages and phone calls of a typhoon coming that had already developed and was on its way to the Mariana Islands. And that was not the case. So there's some pages, some social media pages that are hitting on the weather and beefing things up, unfortunately, because that was bad information altogether. So we're trying to sway some of that information on our Facebook page as well to put out more credible information based on reality. And so
that's why you've got the blue check mark that says you're verified, because we can trust you.
That's exactly it.
Yeah.
And so even though the forecast models were saying one thing, we want to make sure there's something in the observations. And what do we mean by observations? We want to see where the circulations are. And currently there are no discernible circulations in the region upstream of us. And that's one of the things we look out for, as well as the Joint Typhoon Warning Center, to see for a possible developing circulation or a disturbance that would cause problems in the coming days. And so we never did see that signal. And at this time, there are no invest areas by the Joint Typhoon Warning Center. So go ahead and cue up the slides, Jason. We'll go up right into the show right now. So again, to start off the day, it's much drier weather to start off the day. We had the showers yesterday, just some light stuff, but it did measure up throughout the course of the day. It's going to be a wetter, windy weather up next for Tuesday and Wednesday. Risk of rip currents is currently moderate, but that could become high tonight and tomorrow as those winds approach the region. Currently no advisories for the surf and no small craft advisories in effect, but that could change as we go through the next 24 to 36 hours. Guam fire danger remains low. Severe drought continues in the southern Pohnpei state of the FSM, and the ITCZ remains active across Micronesia. So the next slide.
Now, physically, it's impossible for us to donate some of the rainfall that we got to our friends down in Kapaperingi, right? Because, man, they've needed it this season. They've had nothing but droughts, and we had like a historically wet October.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And if we could somehow pipeline this water, like in the States, I know the southwestern states are going through profound levels of drought. If you look at Lake Mead in Nevada and Arizona, that lake continues to drop, and they're at record level lows since the dam was built, I think, decades ago. And so that's a problem. If we could like pipeline the water from the east and the southeast states all the way across the states to the southwest, like an oil pipeline, imagine the things that we could do to benefit neighboring states over there in the CONUS. So yeah, this next slide, this is our Facebook post that was posted Saturday evening. Some of the information is outdated, but that disturbance is what we were watching for in eastern Micronesia, and that's now making its way on approach to the Mariana Islands. The current conditions, Guam rainfall yesterday was just over a ½ inch. All those little showers, they gradually added up over time. We had a wetting rain, so that was good to set off any setting in drier conditions. Since November, 2.5 inches of rain. We're holding pretty steady for the month so far. We're still below average for the month, but we're right on par with the rainfall through the year. The next slide shows the drought situation across the Western Pacific. Again, Kapingamarangi is the outlier with severe drought going on. Elsewhere, rainfall remains abundant for all the islands, and we'll see that gradually change as we go into the dry season with that wedge of drier weather, more so to the southern Micronesian states. The next slide, Joint Typhoon Warning Center, no suspect areas for tropical development. That is the good news for us, but does that mean we are out of the woods for the year? Absolutely not. Think back 19 years ago, Pongsona, that hit on December 8th on Guam, and that anniversary, 19 years, is coming up very soon. Also, Super Typhoon Paka, that was also in December. So we are not by no means out of the woods. Always keep your guard up here in the tropics. The next slide, the sea conditions, combined seas are about 6 to 9 feet.
Oh, wow.
The measured waves out of the EPAM buoy is above guidance. So that's going to be probably indicative of small craft advisory conditions, and that's for combined seas topping 10 feet. So we could see small craft conditions for winds and for seas developing on Tuesday. So keep that in mind, especially if you plan to be out in the water. It's going to be choppy. It's going to be rough out there, especially with the 20 to 25 knot winds. It's going to be blowing. Wind waves will be 3 feet and gradually increasing as those winds increase on Tuesday. And again, this will be predominantly all east trade wind swell. So for the week ahead, today mostly sunny with clouds increasing as we go through the afternoon, evening hours. Isolated showers and thunderstorms. We'll probably see fewer showers in the morning, but more showers in the afternoon. Winds increasing to 15 to 20 miles per hour. Combined seas 6 to 8 feet and building by a couple feet in the coming days. The surf on east facing is 6 to 8 feet. That's a moderate risk of rip currents, but by no means do you want to be out there, especially like Pagan Cave. You do not want to be jumping off the cliffs or hiking along the reef shelf on the east facing shores of Guam. It's going to be choppy. It's going to be rough, and those swell will come and barrel anything that's on those reef shelves. Midweek, Tuesday, Wednesday night into Thursday morning, mostly cloudy, showers likely with isolated thunderstorms, combined seas of 6 to 9 feet, and that could still bump up by 1 or 2 feet. East winds 15 to 25 miles and breezy. Much better weather for the weekend.
So it might be a good time to go down to maybe Petey or Assen. Maybe if you got a kite, go take it out, because it's going to be a challenging weekend with those.
Yeah, this would be a great time to go to the Warren Pacific Park in Assen and fly a kite.
A little blustery, but
some of the
not too
windsurfers.
crazy.
Yeah, this would be a good time to get the kite up in there. I've always failed at that part.
Okay, now I know you forecast usually like in 7-day intervals and everything like that, but have you any indication, like even looking forward, like outside of your normal crystal ball, about what the weather might be for next week's Thanksgiving holiday?
Not too bad.
Okay.
I don't see any suspect areas, at least in the 8 to 10, 11-day range. Usually with the forecast models here in the tropics, once you get beyond 5 and 6 days into the future, the credibility of the models significantly diminished. There's a lot more variability. But at this point, I don't see any significant weather features, at least for the next 10 days. So that's the good news.
Okay.
So Thanksgiving, I'll be putting up lights, hopefully.
Nice.
My gosh, I'm way behind the curve this year.
Okay, and then one more question, because I know you guys at NWS, I mean, you guys really know how to party. I mean, you guys have crazy holiday ragers. I mean, this I know. But when it comes to the NWS Guam team, right? When you guys have your Thanksgiving, celebrations there, are you guys more traditional and you go like turkey stuffing cranberry sauce, or do you guys do like red rice and short ribs?
We do it all. We have it all covered. Let me take you down the hallway.
Hedge your bets. I like that strategy.
A little visual of what our potlucks look like. So this is our conference room. We usually have this entire table covered with food and stuff, and then we have another table in the hallway with just dessert. So every horizontal surface in this conference room is typically covered with food. Everybody brings something. Some people really load up on the meats, and we are set for hibernation, at least for a couple weeks when we finish our dining.
All right. All right, guys. So good to go. You heard it from the man himself. So might be pretty good weather this week if you are thinking of buying some Thanksgiving trimmings a little bit early, if you're planning for whatever kind of celebration we may or may not have and everything like that. But Landon, that's good holiday advance. Fair projections.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely looking forward to it. And of course, if we see anything starting to develop in the models or have any significant threat, we will start communicating it very heavily, because the last thing we want is for people to be caught off guard or surprised.
Right. Okay, but at least for the next maybe 48, 96 hours and everything like that, that formation that's coming here, again, not expected to intensify into something that would be threatening at this point. But we'll keep an eye on what you guys have on Facebook and everything like that should it change.
Absolutely. Thanks, Jason.
All right. Thanks, buddy. We always appreciate it, man. All right, Bree, good word from the NWS.
Yes, definitely. Good word. November is Diabetes Awareness Month, and with the 14th being World Diabetes Day, a AI Health, along with KUAM, kicks off a week-long multi-platform awareness campaign on the disease and closing out with a town hall meeting on the link with a panel of experts who break down the basics of diabetes as well as a validation study. Here's more with Jonah Goncharfris.
A healthier you, making diabetes history on Guam.
Presented in partnership with Calmo Select Care and Paradise Fitness Center.
The numbers are alarming. 1 in 6 residents on Guam are currently affected by diabetes. The prevalence rate of diabetes on island grew from 13.7% in 2018 to 14.7% in 2020. Governor Lou Leon Guerrero says the island is one of the top territories in the nation that has a high incidence of diabetes.
Being aware of this disease and its treatment, its prevention, and it's just information helps us in dealing with this disease, anywhere from prenatal care to pediatrics to adult care. It's really important. And the more I think we are aware in Guam about diabetes, what causes diabetes, what we can do to minimize the risk of getting diabetes is all very important.
During the recent proclamation signing for Diabetes Month, Governor Leon Guerrero presented some data. Diabetes is a primary contributor to 2 of the 3 leading causes of death in Guam, which are heart disease and stroke. And adults are diagnosed with diabetes are 2 to 4 times more likely than people without diabetes to die of heart disease or experience a stroke. With AI Health planning to bring together data from across Guam's health ecosystem and use artificial intelligence to improve the care of patients with diabetes, what does the governor feel this will do?
Data and science are great tools for leaders, for providers, for healthcare workers to make some logical, rational decisions and actions toward a concern or a problem. It would monitor, collect, and analyze data so that advanced technological scientific treatments or even prevention measures can be established and implemented so that even people with diabetes can have a maybe much more consistent and maybe much more impactful treatment to their disease process.
As for the benefits of the AI study,
the more we share the data, the more well informed we are as scientists, as researchers, as providers of treatment to help the individual who has diabetes live with their disease and maybe have a longer life with this disease. So sharing data is very crucial, I think, in any research because it tells you different things about different issues. So very important.
We all know medicine and technology can enhance prevention and care for those with diabetes, but that's just one part. Eating healthy, exercising, and taking care of your mental and emotional health are so important as well.
So I think the biggest obstacle in these resources is the attitude and your mindset. So I think we are blessed living in an environment that is clean, fresh air, clean waters, warm weather. So I do believe that healthy living lifestyles, walking, exercising.
With AI Health committed to conducting the research on Guam and collaborating with stakeholders to improve the health of the community, what does the governor think the future of artificial intelligence is on the island?
I think from this study, we gain a lot, like I said, a lot of information. From that information, you then convert that into preventive measures. You convert that into treatment measures. You convert that into diagnostic tools. You can convert that into advances in use to monitor your disease so that you can quickly act and address those and have a quick response to addressing your disease process. So AI in Guam has a very vast, expansive opportunity in the future.
A healthier you, making diabetes history on Guam.
Presented in partnership with Calvo Select Care and Paradise Fitness Center.
Joining us now in studio is our Tomas Manglonia. Tomas, what's going on?
Yeah, we got our daily question today. We asked, what are your thoughts on the governor traveling to New York City to meet with ratings agencies? We got a lot of comments on this, Chris and Bree.
No way.
Wanted to share on our Instagram. Someone writing, why can't they do a Zoom meeting? Question mark.
Oh.
Someone asking that. Another commenter saying, I'm sure there is an agenda to these trips. Does it really benefit Guam? More on our Instagram. Someone writes here, waste of money, vacation on taxpayers' money. Another commenter writing right after that, wasted money for her and her staff. They can use technology. Over on our Facebook page, one of our top fans, Rosemary Laguatnia, writes, unfortunately, it sounds like another plan that the public is not privy to. This behavior is the norm for this administration.
I love Rosemary.
And over on our Facebook page, another commenter writing, obviously a waste of money and something that could have been done online. She's pushing for us through this pandemic. She's punishing us through this pandemic. Very different from pushing. She's punishing us through this pandemic, but can gallivant off to a state that's still in the top 10 in cases. Why? Oh, that's right. Free trip, chance to shop and eat out. And hopping over to our Instagram direct messages, this person writing, could have been a Teams meeting. I think that means Microsoft Teams. and on our Instagram messaging us, this is not the right time. So that's just some of the dozens of comments that we got
There was
over on our Instagram page.
something I saw last night, Tomas, on the governor's Instagram. She had posted it was a cute little story post that said she went on a date night with the first gentleman, Jeff Cook. And I don't know if they went to go see Tina Turner or something, but it was on the IG story.
Wow.
And then there was also a post on her Instagram because, I agree with that comment from Rosemary that said that it seems like there's a plan that the public's not really privy to. And they didn't really release much on this trip, but the governor did have a Instagram post here on her Instagram. It's a picture of her, I think I see Lester Carlson. Anyway, it says here, quote, 2 years ago I sat in front of you and I told you I was going to clean up Guam's finances. Today I'm here to show you how, through fiscal discipline, our deficit has been eliminated and our finances are on stable footing despite experiencing a pandemic for nearly 2 years. So that's what's going on.
Yeah, lots of our followers on our social media pages wondering why it wasn't just over Zoom or Teams like everyone else, I guess.
You can't go see Tina Turner on the Zoom, Tomas.
Oh, okay.
No, I mean, I get it.
Those
Yeah.
comments. I mean, lots of people wanting to see an agenda, I guess. And so maybe, I don't know, maybe we'll get that later.
Yeah, and there wasn't anything that was put out before the trip, but again, there was a Facebook post from the governor's office that said, you saw this, right? It basically said that better ratings equals lower interest rates equals more money for the people of Guam. And so I guess that was the explanation for the ratings agencies meetings. Got it?
Yeah, another equation, I guess.
Yeah. At 8:47, Pacific Matters, bro.
Yeah, that's another episode airing tonight. Like we shared, we have Sheila Babata on the show and Bonnie Cruz, both who got to meet some former and current presidents and advocate on some issues. And Chris also wanted to share something that we started today on our digital team. Vic and I are starting every Monday. We're doing it might sound familiar to you. It's called Starting Lineup. But it's just to look back at the top stories of the week as we look ahead to another busy week of news. And so every Monday in the morning, if you're busy and you just want to get caught up in on the big headlines on Guam, in the Sinai, and in the Pacific, we'll have those news bites for you every Monday. Vic and I will be putting that out with really what you need to know to get your day started and your week going. So you can look forward to that across our social media pages.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
And then we're getting Representative Tina Sablan this morning, 9:30.
Her first interview out the gate. And so she'll be joining us in just a bit. You can wait for that. And A lot of people wondering who her lieutenant governor will be. After her interview, we would have had 2 of the 3 gubernatorial candidates on this show. Obviously, waiting to hear back from sitting Governor Ralph Torres.
Right. We did put out the ask, right? Several. There's been a few.
I feel like I've been asking since 2017, Chris. I mean, outside of the Friday press conferences are accessible and you get to ask your question, but it is different sitting on the link for 30 minutes or so.
I mean, you should be grateful for that. You get a press conference every Friday in the CNMI. The governor has a press conference.
Yes, and he addresses the questions you ask.
Yeah,
so
that's a lot. That's a big deal.
It is. But it's not the link.
It's not the link. You're right. It's not quite the link. But we'd love to get him on, and we did put out the ask, so we'll see what happens.
We'll see what happens.
All right. 8:49. That's Tomas McGlutnia from the KUAM news team. Let's go ahead and get into the news in Chamorro, which is brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank and presented by our good friend Uncle Ken Conception. Again, it is 8:49 right here on the link. Good morning.
Buenos tardes, tiget sunto gifunut sa morgan ni KUAM News. Presenta ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank. Managwahan edzi motion hearing gi ibadnis para si Joyner Sked dan si Rudy Kinata gi Superior Court gi menon West Vern Paris. Esti dosa matsauki gi abrit na mes gi 20-20 na sakan na mapuno iginin mahoro matak Daniel Sanchez. Gi hearing on detective gin ni Criminal Investigation na Division ni Guam Police Department manay testimonyo na naaresta si Kinata sangkat man zat siga sod ni si Sked za sanga na isaw niya todo si Sked. I-trial gi ikoti sa schedule para otro mes. Masasudto si Bruce Matthew Enchanco Cruz tatay una na edad sa maaresta ginigap después na isigyo madulak no sendirugi karitanya za ni polisiya no mas kitas oras na tempo. Magkitsagin ni polisiya pero manakip para si Cruz. Gizahagat niya ane maripara na kareta niya susugon ma-report na masaki. As kapag polisiya dos biyahe, lumagasa lusuto mo sa niyo matupi za noto na kareta ni mapapray gi Shell Service Station giza barigada. Umatupi lo si Cruz ang karetang polisiya ane kitsag gimalago. Almiti gidespues na ti izon na kareta za malingwa na sonya niya sa ugi todo esti. Machar si Cruz pot manyaking kareta, minatres grado na robbery zang criminal mischief. Mas artikulo, Departamento ng Edukasyon sa ma-report gi betnes na un estudyante gi Matsanano Elementary na eskwela sa positibo test niya para COVID-19. Tawag empleyado matest positibo para COVID. Esta ma-disinfecta ilugat siya gi campus eskwela. Pero siguro na mababay eskwela siya gi natural na ora gi dupot si. Iyuto mo na sunto gi finut samoro gi ni KUAM News para pago na Lunes. Ma-promote ni First Hawaiian Bank si Edward Antalan para Executive Vice President sa Retail Region Manager para guahan sa ni CNMI na region. Maski 34 anos eksperyensya niya si Antalan, gibumangkero sa finance sa Giza Finena na Executive Vice President para guahan sa ni CNMI. Giza responsable para strategic business development sa oportunidad inadelanto siya para irama si First Hawaiian Bank giza guahan sa IPAN. Distritos mit 4 na sakan matauto si Antalan para First Hawaiian Bank. Para Guam News Network, Walsikin Conception. Yasuto ifinut sa moro sa presenta sa ninafatto ni Familian Mizo gi First Hawaiian Bank.
Say hello to the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, where you get smart insights into your finances so you can make smart decisions with your money. With a daily personalized feed, you can compare your monthly income to spending. That's better. Discover where your money is actually going. You might be surprised. See what's essential and what isn't. The more you use the app, the smarter it gets. With insights from the First Hawaiian Bank mobile app, it all starts with yes.
Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore. Stop on by and visit our showroom today. We offer everyday low prices on all major outdoor power equipment like bush cutter, chainsaw, power washer, generators, and more. Need service, repair, maintenance? Well, check out Guam's best superstore only at Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape, located in Barrigada along Army Drive between Submarina and Besta Market. Call 735-7446 for more information. Now shipping to surrounding islands. Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape Superstore.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Do you feel like you're missing out on something? Make life more rewarding with Pacific Points. Earn and redeem points for bill rebates and free load at IT&E, discounts on fuel at Shell, vouchers at Foodies, and United Mileage Plus miles. You can even pay with Pacific Points at IT&E, Shell, and Foodies. Pacific Points. Do more, get more.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information. The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
Half a day. I'm Senator Talina Nelson. Giving Tuesday is an opportunity for us to partake in a global movement that encourages us to serve others. It feels generosity and collaboration to support our local nonprofits who give themselves to our community every single day. Our giving story honors the Salvation Army, who has been serving our island community for over 20 years. The Salvation Army is a team of dedicated people who are committed to meeting human needs. My team and I support the Salvation Army in their back-to-school campaigns and Toys for Tots. We also recognize the Lighthouse Recovery Center and commend them for the hard work they do to help people in their recovery. The Salvation Army inspires us to be generous and give back to our community by doing selfless acts of service every year.
Looking for TV schedules, upcoming sports, or special presentations, or what you may have missed over the busy week you had? Well, look no further than KUAM Digital Digest. This weekly emailed newsletter puts all kinds of information in the hands of subscribers each and every week. Just subscribe and we will make sure you keep up with your favorites and stay informed and entertained throughout it all. Go to KUAM.com, click on the newsletter tab, give us your email address, and you are all set. Brought to you in digital partnership with King's Restaurant and Ruby Tuesday Guam. It's the KUAM Digital Digest, your weekly guide to the latest information and best entertainment on the stations and platforms of KUAM.
KUAM Communications continues our perpetuation of our Chamorro culture, language, and heritage with features available to our listening and viewing audience, including streaming of Chamorro music 24 hours per day on Isla Digital Radio on KUAM.com and the KUAM News app. Chamorro News Update, weekdays on The Link and the KUAM News YouTube channel. Conversations about life in our Chamorro language podcast, Cuentos Tapaco, with Kin Conception. Seasonal specials, shows, and other features highlighting the beauty of our language, culture, and history. It's a new era of our continued commitment to our Chamorro heritage. Isla. Watch, listen, stream. Viva Isla!
1 in 6 people on Guam are affected by diabetes. The terrible impact of the disease on the island has only been amplified by the COVID-19 pandemic, as many of those hospitalized and those we've lost had pre-existing underlying conditions like diabetes. As November is Diabetes Awareness Month, KUAM News has partnered with AI Health to raise awareness for this disease that affects so many of us and to showcase a number of ways to prevent, treat, and care for those with diabetes. Join us for AI Health's A Healthier You, Making Diabetes History on Guam, a multi-platform campaign on KUAM Communications, including a 6-part series on KUAM News Primetime and Weekend Edition, and our digital media platforms kicking off on World Diabetes Day, Sunday, November 14th. Daily interviews with expert panelists on The Link beginning November 15th, and a special interactive town hall meeting on The Link with experts from AI Health, with more information on their diabetes validation study and a new level of precision care that aims to create a healthier Guam. A Healthier You, Making Diabetes History on Guam, a look at how diet, exercise, and technological advances in disease monitoring and medical care can have a positive impact on our community.
The Healthier You series on KUAM News is presented in partnership with Calvo Select Care and Paradise Fitness Center.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
We all know that a healthy lifestyle is important to prevent chronic diseases and long-term illnesses and boost mental health. It's difficult to determine exactly which healthy habits are worth investing in to live longer and healthier lives. But FHP is here to help. Tune into The Link every Tuesday for FHP HAFA Health Tips, brought to you by Take Care. Helpful advice about healthy lifestyle choices that will have a big difference in your health from the medical experts at FHP Clinic. FHP HAFA Health Tips on The Link every Tuesday is brought to you by Take Care.
Let's get merry during the most wonderful time of the year by making spirits bright. KUAM Communications and Coast 360 want to highlight your decorations and lights by flooding the social media pages of KUAM with your videos and photos. Finish your holiday setup, snap a few shots or video of your delightful display, and send it to us through social media or email them to promotions@KUAM.com. Check out our posts every Friday or tune in to KUAM News Weekend Edition for a special montage of the submissions certain to be making spirits bright with every broadcast. Warmest holiday wishes from KUAM Communications and Coast 360 Federal Credit Union. Together, we thrive.
The KUAM Podcast Network is back and on demand, featuring a great variety of podcasts from our island and region, including culture, lifestyle, awareness, crime, politics, commentary, comedy, and entertainment. Available on most streaming platforms. The KUAM Podcast Network. Subscribe and listen now.
This holiday season, we're once again bringing together the island's largest array of local vendors for a special innovative way for you to shop, broadcast, and go digital with Team KUAM. Join us on Sunday, November 28th for the annual Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Market at 12 noon on KUAM TV8 and the KUAM News Facebook page, plus additional show times through December 11th. We'll also be featuring vendors daily with posts with QR codes and links on our social media pages beginning Monday, November 29th, and hosting an exclusive Christmas Pops website for your one-stop shopping. It's a safe and convenient way for you to shop local this holiday season. To reserve your spot, email promotions@KUAM.com today. Virtual space is limited.
Presented by UOG School of Business and Public Administration, JA Guam, inspiring youth, and the Guam Visitors Bureau, making Guam a better place to live, work, and visit.
The Culture Club returns to KUAM Digital and KUAM News Weekend Edition, highlighting Guam's young artists, activists, and crafters as they work to protect, preserve, and promote our Tamoto culture. Watch this weekly feature on the digital platforms of KUAM News Weekend Edition, brought to you by Hanum, the freshest bottled water made in Guam.
The world of television is more exciting than ever. Don't miss a minute of special presentations from NBC on KUAM TV8 or from CBS on KUAM TV11. Every month, we'll bring you the fun and excitement of award shows and red carpet moments, special series presentations, and other great network programs. Brought to you locally by King's Restaurant, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Docomo Pacific, giving you more reasons to tune in and turn on. Fall in love with TV again with the best from KUAM Communications. Catch Sports Link on the KUAM News Morning Show, The Link, every Friday for the latest sports news, game schedules, athlete profiles, and more. Sports Link airs every Friday across the multi-platforms of KUAM. Tune in to the broadcast on Breeze 93.9 FM, on KUAM TV11, live stream through the KUAM News Facebook page, or view highlights on YouTube, KUAM News Facebook, and Instagram page. Sports Link is brought to you by Mariana's Irrigation and Landscape.
healthier you, making diabetes history on Guam.
Presented in partnership with Calvo Select Care and Paradise Fitness Center.
Off it, everybody, and welcome back to The Link. As we've been talking about all morning long, we're launching our week-long campaign to promote diabetes awareness. And every day this week at 9 o'clock, we'll be bringing in local and global experts to talk about the impact of diabetes, as well as the technology that's available today for diabetes patients and the future. And then on Friday, we'll be ending it with a virtual town hall meeting. But joining us today, we have Dr. Dolores Lee. She's a family medicine specialist at Evergreen Health Center. Dr. Lee is a local family medicine physician who cares for patients and their families through their lifetimes. A large part of her practice focuses on preventative medicine and chronic disease management. She believes in meeting patients where they are and helping them to make small everyday changes that ultimately translate into sustainable, healthy lifestyles. Also joining us in our Zoom room momentarily is Frank Campillo. He's the health plan administrator at Calvo Select Care. Frank has over 25 years of healthcare experience and has led Calvo Select Care from the starting of its health plan operations in 2000. So that's about more than a decade ago. As part of the company's quality initiatives, Frank has overseen the establishment and participation in various diabetic programs in partnership with local clinical providers, the Guam Diabetes Association, and the Department of Public Health. Such programs have included lectures, dietitian consultations, diabetic management, integration on medication adherence, and access to gym facilities for the insured population. And so we're going to start off our program by first speaking with Dr. Dolores Lee. Good morning, Doc.
Buenas. Good morning.
Thanks for joining us, Doc. You know, I love what Sabrina had said about talking about little changes that you can make, right? Because a lot of times when people get the news that they're diabetic, it's just like a big negative mic drop, right? It just, maybe their mindset goes from 0 to dialysis every day, you know, real quick. So I guess I wanted to kind of ask, what are little changes that people can make before they get to that diagnosis?
Yeah, most certainly. It's a great question, you know, and I love, you know, in terms of what you said, because it is the truth. You know, as a primary care physician, a lot of times I'm going to be the first person to share with a patient that they have diabetes. And I tend to, you know, handle this situation with a lot of sensitivity. It is really hard, and it is actually very devastating for a lot of patients when they first hear the diagnosis. So just like you're saying, you know, definitely we want to be able to, you know, help patients and understand, you know, diabetes itself, and then understand what they can do. You know, we also, you know, work with patients as they're in the pre-diabetes phase, and then, you know, we work with patients when they're at the normal phase. So definitely the message that I try to get across to patients is, you know, I really, you know, get to know the patient. I kind of find out where they're at. Like I said, I'm very, you know, I feel it's very effective when we can meet patients where they're at. You know, and I ask them very honestly, you know, in terms of how they're living their life. And we kind of just work from there with each patient individually in terms of like small changes they can make, right? So, you know, for example, a lot of times I tell patients the first approach to improving your diet, right, is in terms of just looking for all the extras, right? And what do I mean by extras? I'm like, well, you know, how much soda are you drinking? Or, you know, do you really need that candy bar? You know, how often do you stop by the store on the way to work and you pick up, you know, whether it be, you know, sweetened iced tea or a soda or juice, or, you know, and then your snacks for the day. I usually work with them there first, you know, and say, you know, let's work with these extras first and see how we can make healthier choices before I actually start working with the actual like meal choices. You know, so just kind of getting them to have that awareness. And really what I tell patients, because it's a huge challenge, right? Like culturally, like food is our way of showing love here. And it's, you know, it's our way when we gather, we have to have food. We never want anyone to leave our house hungry, or even your desk hungry, right? You're always like scrounging around looking to see what you can offer them. And I always say, like, you know, hey, we gotta, you know, I do recognize that I'm a local girl born and raised here, Georgia rules, Chris.
Hey.
You know, and so I do recognize that. And I say, you know, in those sorts of situations, it's okay. Go ahead and say yes to the piece of candy that your coworker's offering you, but hopefully it's just it's one of the mini sizes. But when you're in control and you can have control because you're eating by yourself or you're not in a social situation, try to make the best choices that you can. Choose to make healthier choices at that point in time. If you can, drink water as much as possible. Just you don't worry. I love water. You'll get used to it. What I say to my patients who are like, I don't like the taste of water. I'm like, oh, you'll get used to it. So choose water as often as possible. You don't need to drink a sweetened beverage. Nobody does. But I'm realistic about it. And so like if I'm dealing with a patient who tells me that they have 2 to 3 sodas a day, I work on very realistic goals with them. I say, okay, how about in 2 weeks we work down to just 1 soda a day? And that's what I mean by like really small changes. I try to work with patients to find like a realistic goal for them. And so that's why I encourage them. I'm like, please be as honest with me as possible. I'm not here to judge you. I'm here to help you. And I really just, want to be able to give you the tools that you need, as well as the confidence in yourself to be able to believe that you can make these choices for yourself.
Now, Doc, I have a question, if I may, because and I think it's absolutely wonderful, and you've proven so much that you do have the pulse of our people, and empathy, obviously, and compassion is something that's ingrained in your profession. But when you're establishing, like that new relationship with a new patient and everything like that, because I know when my dad was first diagnosed with diabetes, I saw a change in him that was not only physical but also mental, because when they said, you can no longer get, the ham hocks and beans and, and the really rich food. I think you touched on it earlier, but it was almost like a prison sentence unto itself. So when you're trying to be sensitive to knowing the way that our people eat and when they eat and what they eat and everything like that, how do you kind of like, use your own background in mapping out like a treatment plan?
Thanks so much for sharing, about your dad's experience. And, what I tell my patients is that, I'm not just a physician, I'm a family member too. And I've been living in a home where, my parents have had diabetes for over 30 years. So, I understand firsthand, in terms of like what it's like to live with diabetes day to day. And I see the struggles and I see the challenges. Believe me, my dad, who is currently living with diabetes, it took a long time to get to where we're at. His A1C is controlled now, but I recognize, in terms of that, it is hard, and so this is what I say to patients. I'll give you the example that the holidays are coming up, and you can talk to any of my patients and they'll verify that this is what I say. Hey, the holidays are coming up. I honestly am the last person you should be thinking about on Thanksgiving Day. Okay, I don't want you sitting there with your family thinking, I can't eat any of this food. I cannot be in the moment with my family. I can't do any of this because, because Dr. Lee said that I need to get my sugar under control. I need to, be more active. I need to make healthier choices. And I say, no, when you're with your family, I want you to be in that moment. I want you to live your life. And, I'm not telling you can't have all of the good stuff that's on the table. I'm just asking you to try to do it in moderation. So you're free. Yes, that's right. Smaller portions, be reasonable about the portions. And then I just remind them that, hey, Thanksgiving's only one day, okay? So you get one free pass, you get a cheat meal or you get a cheat day, kind of depending on how where we're at with your control, okay? And then I tell them that the day after Thanksgiving is, we're not going to extend the eating for Thanksgiving. So this is what I see happens at my house, right? Because I prepare the big traditional spread for Thanksgiving, right? We don't just have turkey, we have ham and barbecue and all of the good stuff at my house. And I'm going to allow my dad to eat whatever he likes on Thanksgiving Day. He gets a cheat day because he's doing really well with his diabetes control. And then the next day, for myself and my family, I, say that we're not going to do the huge Thanksgiving buffet spread, the next day. We still have leftovers, but guess what, family? We're only going to choose one protein today, okay? In terms of we're not going to do turkey, ham, and barbecue as a meal today. We're going to choose one. And I plan accordingly for that. So so this goes back to what I was saying that, really I try to meet patients where they're at. I do recognize, how challenging it can be on, food rich, culture that puts an emphasis on sharing food. and enjoying food with one another. And I just tell them that, hey, during those moments, you can still live your life and you can still, enjoy those sorts of things, but, do it mindfully. And that, on the other days when you can choose to make healthier choices and you have control over the food that you're eating, try to make healthier choices on those days. And I always tell my patients that, hey, there's nothing to feel bad about. They don't come into my office to get scolded or anything. I always tell them I'm just here to find out where we're at and how can I help you, proceeding forward. And I always tell them there's nothing to feel bad about because every day is an opportunity to make better choices. Every day is an opportunity to choose living a better life.
Thank you,
Doc. Let's go back to the beginning here, and when we talk about even the interview that we had with the governor, when we start to really recognize, and I mean it's a stark reality, the impact of diabetes on our island, right? And in your opinion, how do we measure that impact, and what exactly is it?
Again, Chris, I guess I'm trying to understand the question. You're asking me what is the impact of diabetes here on the island? Okay. Let's just use the, in terms of like the clearest example, right? In terms of like we're still living through the COVID-19 pandemic. Patients who are living with diabetes are considered to be at higher risk of, severe, longer COVID, severe complications from COVID, which include hospitalization, longer hospitalization that requires ICU care, and including death, right? And so, and then I believe you guys just ran a segment over the weekend talking about how diabetes contributes to 2 of like the top reasons for death, right? Cardiovascular disease as well as stroke, right? So, in terms of like living, here on Guam, where, I'm pretty sure if I asked, out of the 4 of us, can you raise your hand if you know somebody who's living with diabetes? It'd probably be 100%, right? It'd probably be 100%. Everybody's hands would be raised, right? That we all would say, yes, I know someone who's living with diabetes. And there's a good chance it's somebody in your household, right? So, in terms of the impact of diabetes on the island, is just that when, I honestly, this is from a physician standpoint, I have to tell you that diabetes is very prevalent here, and that it's, we have a great awareness of it because, like I said, everybody here who's on the call, could raise their hand and say, I know somebody, you probably have someone in your household, and as a result of that, patients can be very sick, right? They can have they can have severe complications from diabetes, right? We have a lot of patients on dialysis, right? We have how many dialysis centers that run 24/7 here on island. And then, we see the other complications from diabetes. And I think, patients and their families are very aware of that. And I think we're actually moving in a very, I'm always an optimist. You heard me earlier, right? Like every day is an opportunity for a new start. And a new beginning. And I'm optimist. I think we're actually moving in a very positive direction towards diabetes, because I have to say that a lot of patients are very conscious about it. And when they come to see me, right, because as a family medicine physician, I take care of children all the way, to our manuncle. And I have to say that the young people, when they're coming in, they're actually very aware. And that's one of the things that they're asking me to evaluate for. Like, doc, diabetes runs very strong in my family. I'm worried about it. I see the complications that my grandma or my dad or my mom are living with. Can you help me figure out, where I'm at with that? And can you make recommendations so that I don't end up with a diagnosis of diabetes? And so I feel, yes, it's had a huge impact. There's huge awareness in the community of it. We see, in terms of our family members who are living with complications of it. And I feel that, because of that awareness and that knowledge, right, and that concern and care for elders who are living with it and living with the complications of diabetes, I feel that, in terms of the younger patients that I'm running into, a good number of them are very aware of it and are actually very interested in finding out their status, as well as finding out recommendations for how they can avoid that diagnosis. And so for me, that's very hopeful. I love when patients want to come in and they want to talk to me about that because, like I said, I feel like my role is to help us to better understand things and then also to educate so that I can empower my patients to make these healthy choices so that they can live the life that they want to live. So I'm going to be optimistic about it. I'm going to say that, I think yes, we do have a sick population, but at the same time too, I feel like our future generations, because of this awareness and care for our elders and for our family members who are living with diabetes, are trying to make better choices for themselves.
I just want to read.
I think that's very encouraging.
I just want to read some stats about diabetes, since it is Diabetes Awareness Month. Diabetes is the primary contributor to 2 of the 3 leading causes of death in Guam, which are heart disease and stroke. Adults diagnosed with diabetes are 2 to 4 times more likely than people without diabetes to die of heart disease or experience a stroke. And approximately half of the individuals who have died from COVID-19 in Guam had diabetes as a comorbidity. The prevalence rate of diabetes in Guam grew from 13.7% in 2018 to 14.7% in 2020. And as you mentioned, Doc, it is certainly prevalent on our island. So are there any sorts of challenges that you see for diabetes patients on Guam? And if so, what needs to be done?
Well, I think, in terms of in regards to care, I think, for all of us, all physicians were very aware of it, right? We're very aware of the prevalence of the community. So I think we're all, capable of taking care of patients with diabetes. But what I really think is, one of the challenges is that, we can go one of 2 ways on this, right? You have patients, like I was mentioning, that are, I think it's very encouraging, who, want to know their status, right? Want to know, where they're at with their sugars, and want to know if they have diabetes or they're close to it. So that's great. That's wonderful. And I think the other challenge is for, because I will say that I still see patients who tell me I haven't seen a doctor in 15 years, or I haven't seen a doctor in 20 years. And then I also have, patients who are referred to me from my colleagues in the emergency room for, because they made a diagnosis of diabetes in the emergency room. Or there was a diagnosis of diabetes while a patient was hospitalized, and then, they get referred to me so I can manage them and help them with their diabetes for the rest of their life. And so, really, I think the message that we're trying to get across here is don't be afraid to find out your status. I always tell my patients, don't be afraid of the labs. You're going to do labs. They may have all red, right? Red means abnormal, and I'm like, Dr. Lee doesn't get mad. I'm just here to help you to understand where we're at with that, and that, we're going to make recommendations, that we're going to come up with together, so that we can be in a better place, And so I think really, my message would be, don't be afraid. Hey, if you have health insurance, you have access to health care, right? Because I will say that statistically speaking, I believe that the latest report shows that, I think it's like 28% of the island is uninsured. So, maybe that's one of the challenges in terms of accessing care, but there are programs, in terms of they can receive care at the community health centers. And so don't be afraid to get checked out. Don't wait until you're presenting with some sort of diabetes related complication in the emergency room and you're hospitalized for it. And it's, let's try to find out early, because, early, prevention is key, and then early diagnosis is key, so that we can work together to make the changes. So really, it's just very important that we know our status and not be afraid, to have that conversation, and work on that and work on it together with your physician.
Now, Doc, can you speak a little bit about peer support? Because of course, here on the island, where we really believe in family and that sense of community. I was told once when my dad was diagnosed again that, even though the disease attacks the individual and their system, it's everyone around them that actually helps. And, it's really, really hard for the patient if they're struggling with something, or, adopting a new diet and a new lifestyle, and people continue to, eat the way they've always eaten, around them and everything like that. So how can peer support really contribute to getting that patient, to make smart decisions and break the habits and, establish good patterns that could possibly reverse the effects of diabetes?
Yeah, no, definitely. So, one of the things I say, I'm just kind of in terms of some patients are, don't have a problem with this, and then some patients are very private. But, I always tell patients that, hey, whenever we're seeking to make some sort of change, right, whether it be a dietary change or even an activity change, it really helps if you have support. and that it helps for people to be supportive if you share your status, right, or at least you share what your goals are, right. If you don't feel comfortable sharing that you have diabetes, but maybe you could at least share your goals and just say, hey, look, I'm trying to make healthier choices. I'm trying to do better with my life. I appreciate your support as we're doing this, and again, like I was saying, I've lived in a house with diabetes, parents who have had diabetes for over 30 years. My mom has since passed, but my dad is still alive. And I want you to know that every time that we've, my dad is living with complications of diabetes. He has end-stage renal disease. And every time, I've supported him, and every time we've met with a nutritionist and they've made like specific recommendations for change, that change doesn't just apply to my dad, it applies to the whole household.
Yeah.
I tell my dad that, we're going to do this together in solidarity. There's no medical indication for me to be on a kidney diet, but I'll do it with you.
Mm-hmm.
And I try to be supportive by ensuring that, the stuff that I bring into the home, because I'm the person who's shopping for us, is in terms of appropriate for him. It's not going to be a temptation for him. But again, like I said, I still acknowledge, that we don't just live in a vacuum. My dad has grandchildren who are going to come to the house, and I have to have stuff for the grandkids. But my dad just asked that I just put it in the pantry so he doesn't see them, in terms of the snacks and the unhealthy things, and I try to keep that to a minimum.
Mm-hmm.
But I think definitely, in terms of like, again, if you're not willing to share your diagnosis, but at least be honest and share your goals. A lot of times I tell patients that, hey, you can still go out to eat with your friends, let's sit down together and try to figure out what would be healthier choices on a menu, right? Just try to give them some general principles for that. And, I know sometimes, right, people are like, hey, how come you're only eating salad? Or how come there's no starch on your plate, right? How come you're not eating rice? What happened? And I always just tell them, just think, it's okay to, if you don't want to tell them you have diabetes, it's okay to say, I'm just trying to make some changes. I'm trying to be healthier about things.
Because we don't leave our people behind, we support our people.
Yeah, Doc, and I totally feel you on that because, for example, in my case, I've tried to get the kids on board, but they drew the line at quinoa fried rice. Like, most of the other stuff was cool, but quinoa fried rice, they're like, okay, Dad, you're not eating rice, and that's where we draw the line. So I like that kind of all hands on deck, and it really aligns with our culture, right, and our close-knit family.
No, definitely. And I want to just say something about activity too, because I recognize that we're all really busy, right? And the last thing the patient wants to hear from me is to add something to their list of 1,000 things that they have to do already, right? But what I say to them though is that when it comes to exercise, I want you to look at it as a choice for self-care. And I also encourage you that if you have children, get them up and active with you. Let exercise or activity be a family thing. One of the things I can say, growing up in a house with parents who had diabetes, I'm very thankful for the changes that they made and the lessons I learned from that. And I remember, my mom was diagnosed as a teenager, right? When I was a teenager, she was diagnosed. And I remember that's when we started to exercise regularly as a family. And that kind of stayed with us. And so I always tell my patients who are parents that don't make this, an additional task or responsibility. Look at it as a choice for self-care, and then look at it as an opportunity for family time. And that realize that, the sort of dietary changes that you're going to make that are helpful for you are also helpful for your kids, for your family, and that this is a gift to your children. And I feel like a lot of patients do see it that way, that they see it as a gift to their family and to their children.
Well, thank you so much, Doc, for coming on the show. I'll leave you the opportunity, any closing comments that you wanted to make.
Yeah, thank you so much. And so again, thanks so much for the opportunity. I think it's really wonderful that you guys are, devoting an entire week to diabetes and diabetes awareness. And really what I want to say, I'm going to borrow from one of my childhood cartoons that I grew up with, G.I. Joe, knowing is half the battle. So, again, I'm going to say when it comes to diabetes and when it comes to COVID, I ask that you please know your status, right? It's very important for both understanding whether you have diabetes, you're getting close to having diabetes. And then also too with COVID, if you suspect it, if you have any symptoms, please get tested, and that please understand that, we still are very aware and concerned for COVID. Patients with diabetes are very high risk for severe COVID, including hospitalization, including ICU, and death. And that, we really want to take the steps to, protect you from that happening. And so please get vaccinated, in terms of, and that patients with diabetes are recommended to get the booster. So please say yes to the booster. And part of the reason I'm saying that you need to know your status as to whether or not you have COVID is because patients with diabetes are definitely a part of the patient group that we want to be able to get the monoclonal antibody.
Right.
And that I've seen it for my patients already. I've seen the difference that it's made in terms of like understanding your COVID status, knowing if you have a positive test, and being able to get you treated with monoclonal antibody. We've been able to keep them out of the hospital, and they do really well. And they tell me that they feel better within 12 to 24 hours. So like I said, knowing is half the battle. So when it comes to diabetes, know your diabetes status. And then also too, because we're still concerned about COVID, know your COVID status and keep in touch with your primary care physician or your physician so that they can get you the treatment and the support that you need. So thanks so much. I really appreciate it. I think this is a wonderful thing that you guys are doing. And I just thank you for the opportunity to be able to talk with you and with our community.
Thank you, Doc.
And any physician that can quote G.I. Joe is good with me.
And we have you on the schedule, Doc, for Friday for the virtual town hall meeting. Thank you again for your time. Scheduled for tomorrow, we are going to be talking about diabetes prevention and care. We've got Rose Calvo coming on. She is a dietitian. We've got Mike Scurro with Paradise Fitness. We've got a registered nurse, Agnes White. Also, Jesse Rosario from the Boca Box. Then on Wednesday, we'll be talking about diabetes and technology today with Dr. Erica Alford and Dr. Juan Espinosa. On Thursday, it'll be diabetes technology once again, but we're talking about the future. And we're talking with Dr. Francisco Pascal. He's going to be zooming in with us from Atlanta, Georgia, as well as Dr. David Klonoff. He is known as the founder of Diabetes Technology. These are heavy hitters that are coming on to the program. So if you have any questions, please feel free to post them in the comments. You can also give us a call live on our program at 671-637-0094. And as I mentioned earlier, on Friday, we will be having a virtual town hall meeting, inviting all of the local and global experts that you're going to be hearing from this week to answer and take your questions about diabetes. Stay tuned. The link continues after the break.
A Healthier You, Making Diabetes History on Guam.
Presented in partnership with Calno Select Care and Paradise Fitness Center.
1 in 6 people on Guam are affected by diabetes. The terrible impact of the disease on the island has only been amplified by the COVID-19 pandemic, as many of those hospitalized and those we've lost had pre-existing underlying conditions like diabetes. As November is Diabetes Awareness Month, KUAM News has partnered with AI Health to raise awareness for this disease that affects so many of us and to showcase a number of ways to prevent, treat, and care for those with diabetes. Join us for AI Health's A Healthier You, Making Diabetes History on Guam, a multi-platform campaign on KUAM Communications, including a 6-part series on KUAM News Primetime and Weekend Edition, and our digital media platforms kicking off on World Diabetes Day, Sunday, November 14th. Daily interviews with expert panelists on the link beginning November 15th, and a special interactive town hall meeting on the link with experts from AI Health, with more information on their diabetes validation study and a new level of precision care that aims to create a healthier Guam. A Healthier You, Making Diabetes History on Guam. A look at how diet, exercise, and technological advances in disease monitoring and medical care can have a positive impact on our community.
The Healthier You series on KUAM News is presented in partnership with Calno Select Care and Paradise Fitness Center.
We know you're tired of hearing about COVID-19. Some of you are probably wondering whether this is ever going to end. However long it takes, we all have to do our part, including our children, to hold the line. You can protect yourself and your family by getting vaccinated.
And if you're already vaccinated, don't let your guard down, because you can still give and get COVID-19. And if you're not vaccinated, remember that if you catch the virus, you could suffer more severe complications. At the end of the day, it's the choices we make to protect ourselves, our families, and our community that will control the spread.
We know it sounds repetitive at this point, but again, wash your hands, watch your distance, and wear your mask.
Together, we have to hold the line.
This holiday season, we're once again bringing together the island's largest array of local vendors for a special innovative way for you to shop, broadcast, and go digital with Team KUAM. Join us on Sunday, November 28th for the annual Christmas Pops Virtual Holiday Market at 12 noon on KUAM TV8 and the KUAM News Facebook page, plus additional show times through December 11th. We'll also be featuring vendors daily with posts with QR codes and links on our social media pages beginning Monday, November 29th, and hosting an exclusive Christmas Pops website for your one-stop shopping. It's a safe and convenient way for you to shop local this holiday season. To reserve your spot, email promotions@kuam.com today. Virtual space is limited.
Presented by UOG School of Business and Public Administration, JA Guam, inspiring youth, and the Guam Visitors Bureau, making Guam a better place to live, work, and visit.
This year, Giving Tuesday falls on November 30th.
And though our community is still facing some of the most challenging of times, there's no better time
to volunteer, donate, spread awareness, and do whatever you can to help those in need.
Let's continue to build a wave of generosity
that creates a ripple effect for all in our community.
Throughout the month of November, Team KUAM Care Force will be showcasing some of our favorite charities.
To inform, inspire, and introduce you to the wonderful things these groups are doing for our community.
We're also calling on you to donate to our food pantry and toy drive to benefit the Salvation Army at our KUAM studios.
Any weekday between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. starting on November 1st.
Or stop by our second annual donation drive-through event on November 30th.
You can also visit our studios to sign our Kindness for Caregivers wall to show our healthcare workers our appreciation.
So be a giver and join the KUAM Care Force this year in making a difference this Giving Tuesday.
Giving Tuesday 2021 is presented in partnership with our community partner, APL. Better Ways.
See what's on TV tonight with schedules, network news and notes, local promotions and giveaways on KUAM Communications social media pages. Like and follow us on Facebook or Instagram now for all the latest and never miss out.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
KUAM's multi-platform morning show, The Link, just got a little more delicious with Feed Me Fridays. Chris, Sabrina, Jason, and the rest of the morning crew will take some time off each Friday to talk, taste, and tempt you with all the latest and greatest food and drinks on Guam. Old faves, new hits, and everything else we can put in our bellies. It's Feed Me Fridays on The Link. Brought to you by King's Restaurants, Ruby Tuesday Guam, and Devondale. Real milk from free grazing cows.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage. With generations of Filipinos calling Guam home, KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city, featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by KFC.
Here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
We're not going over to the Sinamay just yet, but we do have Representative Tina Sablan, who announced her gubernatorial run under the Democratic Party for next year's election. Tina, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Tomas, and good morning, KUAM and Marianas. I'm doing well. Thank you for having me here.
This is the first interview you're giving after announcing your gubernatorial run, right? How has it been since then? I can't imagine it's not been busy for you.
It has been pretty crazily busy, as you can imagine. But I've been here on Guam taking care of my father. He's here for a medical procedure, and he's doing well. We should be returning home soon, but it has been, a little surreal, to say the least, to be making the announcement in the CNMI while also being here on Guam. But I've still been working and have been keeping in touch with folks from the Democratic Party, my colleagues, and of course constituents and supporters who have been reaching out to offer help.
And want to share a bit of your background. I know you as a longtime KSPN2 TV journalist. You were a staffer for Congressman Kilili in the U.S. Congress. This is I believe, your third term in the House, if I'm not mistaken.
This is my third term. And my first term was some time ago, though, over 10 years ago during the 16th legislature, and then I ran for office again in 2018.
And so I wanted to ask you before delving in a bit more. You are, correct me if I'm wrong, you're the first female nominee for governor, and if you win, you'll be the first female governor in the NMI's history.
That's right.
What's your reaction to that?
I think that, well, first of all, I think it's the year 2021, and women in positions of leadership shouldn't be unusual. It should be perfectly normal, right? But I think, we've come a long way in the Commonwealth and as a society to be more embracing of women taking on leadership roles. I think even just in the legislature, we have now in the House more women serving in office than ever before, right? And so I think that as a community, people are ready to see women taking on, the position of governor, lieutenant governor, and all the way on down the ballot. I think the moment is now. And I would hope, too, that, young women and girls and Marianas would find inspiration in that and see themselves reflected in their government. Women and girls make up half of our population, slightly more than half of our population, and representation is so important in government. The government that represents us should also look like our community.
And so we got, of course, the full statement that was released just the day before you made your public announcement. Why did you decide to run? I mean, we know that at some point, and not to rehash history too much here, you've already made the announcement that you're running. But at some point, we did hear, Kilili was going to run. You were a strong, popular person for his lieutenant governor if he were to run as governor. What made you decide to throw your hat in the ring for the top seat in the NMI?
Sure. Well, I'm running for governor really because I believe in the tremendous potential of the Marianas to be among the best places on earth to live and visit. And I always have. Which is not to say that there aren't already so many wonderful things to love about living in the Marianas. But, we could do better. And I think when it became clear that Congressman Kilili was going to pursue re-election as our delegate, which I fully and 100% supported, he's been doing tremendous work in Congress on behalf of the people of the Marianas and all the territories. And when it became clear, who was in the running already, I thought it was important that we offer a democratic option and offer people a real choice. What I think many people find most frustrating about life in the Marianas now stems primarily from really poor governance. And I'm talking about public corruption, I'm talking about waste and abuse of public funds and public resources, political retaliation, favoritism in contracts and hiring, and there's a cost to all of that. And when this kind of misconduct is happening at the very highest levels of our government, it ripples out and affects everything. It affects services, it affects the people who work in government, their morale, performance. It affects the people that government is supposed to serve, public trust. It really affects everything. And, while it's true, in a democracy that people get the government they deserve, it's ultimately the people who decide who will elect and represent them, the people who decide who they want to elect and they want to represent them. It's the people who decide who they want to boot out of office, but it's also important that they actually have real choices on the ballot, right? And so I thought that it was so critical that in the context of this 2022 election, that it not just be a choice on the ballot between the incumbent Republican governor and his disgruntled Republican lieutenant governor. That's not much of a choice at all. And I think the mood right now in the Commonwealth for change is strong. And I think people are yearning for a kind of fresh start and a reset in, if you will, in our government. And I think I can offer that. And I think that the Democratic team that I'm running with can offer that. I want to make sure that people have a real choice. And in 2022, it will be a choice to end this era of corruption and waste and complacency. I want to offer people leadership that they know they can trust and that respects the law and cares about their well-being and is focused on improving the lives of working families and vulnerable citizens. That's why I'm running.
Representative, I wanted to ask, because you mentioned the Democratic team that you're running with, but I don't think we've heard an announcement from you about your running mate. But there's definitely a lot of names being thrown around, right? So what can you tell us about that?
I can tell you that the search process is ongoing. Part of the reason why I asked our party chair and our party officers to assist in the search process is because I have been here on Guam, but also because I've never thought that the selection of my running mate should just be a sort of unilateral process without, really diligent vetting of all the potential names. And, well over a dozen possible names have been submitted to the party, to myself, to consider. All really excellent people, all really excellent potential running mates. And I asked for help in just vetting and doing these interviews to find somebody that I can work well with, who has the respect and trust of our people, and would be a really good partner for 2022 and beyond. So that announcement is forthcoming.
Oh, I thought she was going to give us a name.
Interviews are still happening, actually right now as we speak. I think there are more interviews today. And when I get back to Guam, I plan to meet with the top recommended choices, and then go from there. We'll make our announcement shortly thereafter.
Can you let us know who those top choices are at this point, and what attributes you specifically are looking for in your running mate?
Sure. So I can't say at this point all the different names that have been considered. I am waiting for the recommendations of the search committee. But I will say that I'm looking for someone who shares similar values and shares a similar vision. I worked really hard with my Democratic colleagues to help write our platform that lays out the vision and the values of the party and our agenda for policy going forward, right? And I would want somebody who shares in that and is willing to work hard to advance that. And I would also say, I would be looking for somebody who can broaden and diversify our voting base, right? And somebody with strengths that would be different from mine and complementary to mine. I wouldn't want just some yes person either, right? I'm looking for a partner that will share in the work of governance.
And Tina, are you going to have as much as a say? We know that for the gubernatorial selection, it was a 5-member committee that pretty much had exclusive deciding this power, how much of a say do you really have in the lieutenant governor's pick?
Ultimately, it will be my discretion. I do, respect the points of view that will be shared ultimately by the members of the search committee. And there, I'll take their recommendations very seriously. But like any person, I mean, I'm human. I have my blind spots, right? There might be things that I miss. I don't necessarily know the full depth and background of everybody who's being considered as possible running mates, and so I've asked for help for that reason. Right?
And Tina, I just wanted to give you a chance to address some criticism that you might have heard. It's well documented online, and I'm sure will only be coming as might be true to a campaign season in any jurisdiction. What do you have to say to those who criticize you, maybe saying that you're only focused on getting rid of Governor Ralph Torres, or that maybe you have not passed as many significant legislation in the House during your terms? These are criticisms that I've heard, but and seen online. Do you have any response to them moving forward, launching your campaign? What's your response to those who say what I just said?
Well, I haven't actually heard anybody say what you just said. I mean, absolutely, like our motivations for running for public office have to be much greater than just taking down whoever is in charge, right? Like that has never been the focus for me. It's not just about taking out Ralph Torres or whoever happens to be the governor at the time, right? I think it's really important for the people seeking public office, and especially the position of governor, to be able to present a much more positive and hopeful vision for our whole Commonwealth, and a hopeful vision for the future, and not just about what's good for us for now, what's good for the short term. I think that's really been one of the defining features of our really bad governance in our history, right? I think people can count on me to be honest with them and ethical in the decisions that I make, and to do my due diligence. That's been my part of my record as a legislator, but also in other public service jobs that I've held. And as a citizen, I see public office in so many ways as an extension of our citizenship, right? And I would offer also the record that I have in 3 terms in the legislature working collaboratively, right? So, it's the work of a legislator is not just about putting your name on bills, right? It's not just about passing as many bills as possible. There are really bad bills that come out of the legislature too. And, I'm proudest of the work that I've been able to do collaboratively with my colleagues, whether I have been in the minority or now in this leadership in the House majority, which is very new to a lot of us, frankly. But whether it's working behind the scenes to pass substantive legislation and amend it so that it's better than what it was, whether it's holding hearings or whether it's conducting legislative investigations, that is an important function of the legislature too. And I've been involved in all of that, and I'm proud of the work that we've been able to do. We've worked with our delegate and our Senate counterparts to finally restore the earned income tax credit to working families. We've directed more funding to our healthcare system. We've directed more funding to help families impacted by typhoon disasters and COVID-19. We've enacted the first Hate Crimes Act. This isn't anything that I take credit for individually, because that's not what being a legislator is about. You have to work with your colleagues, and whether my name is on it or not, I did my work, and I will continue to do my work as long as the people want me to.
Okay. Well, yeah. I did want to ask though about when you look at what's going on with Governor Torres and his Lieutenant Governor Arnold Palacios, and you just kind of see that and read what's very clearly written on the wall, does it really make your decision in selecting your running mate that much more of a big deal?
Well, I mean, I think that regardless of what's happening with the other side, my decision in terms of who I run with would be incredibly important to me. I mean, no matter what. I think that, this wouldn't be the first time that in the history of the CNMI that we've seen a rift between the governor and lieutenant governor. And, it's quite evident, I think, to anybody looking in from the outside that things are awkward in the administration, to say the least. And, I'm not sure how productive or effective this administration will be for the rest of the year. I mean, just quite frankly, but regardless, I think that sure. I mean, it underscores how important it is to vet the person that you're running with, right? And to make sure that you would have a productive and a collaborative relationship. I think that, one of the things that the lieutenant governor indicated, I think, in some of his interviews and in some of his public statements before the legislature, was that he's been, kind of shut out of the process of the decision making by the governor, right? And I mean, that's unfortunate, no matter how you look at it, right? And I can say that I would not be that kind of governor. I am looking for somebody that I can work with and will work with, and whose judgment and perspective I value and I would want to listen to. I don't pretend to have all the answers and to know everything that needs to be done to fix the many, many problems that are affecting the people of the Marianas. And so I would want to make sure that I have a strong partner that can help me make decisions.
And Tina, I know, and it's okay to call you Tina, right? I just don't want people to be thinking that.
No, call her Tintin.
She told me just call me Tina, so
okay,
I'm doing that. Representative Sablan, wanted to ask you. This is also part of the revival of the Democratic Party. What do you want people to see or know about your campaign moving forward when they see after the announcement of your lieutenant governor? What is your campaign focused on? What are the main priorities before we let you go today?
Sure. I think people can expect to see a campaign that will promote a new culture in government. That would be one of the first things that I want to set out to change. People deserve a government that is worthy of their trust and even worthy of their pride. And, sad to say, we don't have that right now, right? We have been working really hard and on the Democratic Party side to reorganize and rebuild and recruit more candidates and supporters and members. And so we can expect to see more of that in the coming year. I want to be very clear that I would not be the kind of governor that would go on a political hiring or firing spree, which is sadly what we've seen, right? And public service jobs should not be treated like a spoil system to reward or punish people based on who they vote for. It should. That's just no way to run a government. And sure, certain positions will be political. The policy-making appointments for cabinet members, for example. But civil servants, professionals working in government, they shouldn't have to fear losing their jobs every time there's an election. I would be very interested in appointing qualified, ethical leaders to run our government departments and agencies. I would want to implement and roll out plans for a come home program to recruit the many talented residents of the Marianas who are now living and working elsewhere, recruit them to come home and work in public service and help rebuild our Commonwealth. Another major priority is we have such a windfall of federal funding, both disaster related and COVID-19 related, and it's sad. We still have so many disaster recovery projects related to the rebuilding of our schools and our infrastructure, dating back even 6 years since Soderlor, projects that haven't even gotten off the ground. More projects from U2 and Mancud, and of course with COVID-19, we can't squander these funds, and there's so much. This is the opportunity now to make sure that we are investing in the education and healthcare system of the Marianas and in our infrastructure, and really putting all the pieces, laying down the groundwork now for our economy to rebound and for businesses to thrive and for people to work in decent jobs and support their families. And I'm so concerned about these opportunities being wasted. And and I think there's a lot of distrust in this administration to spend these funds and distribute the benefits responsibly, quite frankly.
All right, well, there you have it. Her first interview after announcing her run as the Democratic Party's nominee for governor, Tina Sablan. And Tina, if you need to make an announcement about your lieutenant governor, feel free to,
let's clear the way.
drop a WhatsApp message.
Yeah, why don't we do like a hot? We'll do a hot cold. We say a name and then you say hot cold.
All right.
Ed Probst.
Ed Probst.
Ed Probst.
Yeah.
Senator Edith DeLeon Guerrero.
Warm.
I will definitely keep you all posted.
Wow, but 12 names you received. That's news to us as well.
It was actually over. It was more than that. It was closer to it was more than 20.
Because when Nola spoke to us, she said no one submitted any names for lieutenant governor when the call was out. So to hear 12 after your announcement.
At the time, letters of intent, maybe.
Yeah.
But people were submitting nominations. Nola was our chairwoman. Nola was accepting both.
Right.
Well, so the list I saw was pretty.
Yes, best of luck.
They heard Tina was running, right? And she took the top spot. Whoops.
Yeah.
Sign up.
Yeah, let's go.
Well, we've had Lieutenant Governor Arnold on, Mayor Apatang, yourself, and we just hope to have all the candidates on as well on our show. So, as always, thank you for your time. Appreciate it, and good luck for what's ahead for you.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity.
Okay, we'll see you. Esther, there you go. Representative Tina Sablan.
Prayers to her dad, too, as he recovers.
Yes.
Right, yeah. And that's her first interview since announcing that she's going to be running for Democratic governor candidate in the NMI.
Yeah, and we'll just wait to see who the lieutenant governor is. It's going to be a three-way race.
Yeah, that's going to be juicy. That's pretty exciting. What do you think? I thought her answers very articulate, right?
Yeah, and history already confirming they're even the first female nominee in the NMI's history as well. So we might have the historic moment, as you all called it, as you all called it when
her story.
when that
you're
when
making
that
history.
Yes, and wow, 12 names. I mean, remember when we had the party chair Nola Hicks on? She said everyone was so focused on the gubernatorial and the delegate seat that. At the time, there were none. So to have 12 names, I'm thinking, are there even that many Democrats in the House?
I was wondering too.
And so we'll wait and see, and definitely we'll have that story for you when it comes.
Man, I forgot to ask her if she has to almond Will Castro. Next time.
I can probably guess what the answer is to that, which is no.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
Good job today, Bree.
Good job.
Yeah. Bree's over there. It's weird. We did like musical chairs, so she's over in Jason's spot and Tomas is over here. But anyway, no matter where you guys are sitting, good job today. Good job, Tomas.
Good job, Chris.
Jason?
Link up.
Link up.
Link
That's
up.
it. Boom. Right on.
Yeah.
It's 10:03.
Wear your mask.
You guys, drive through Mondays at Burger King. Remember, you drive through on a Monday, and every 10th car gets a free Whopper coupon.
Nice.
Okay, so let's get 9 of our coworkers to roll through Burger King, guys. It's Cover Me, brought to you by Dokuma Pacific and Burger King. Hey, Link Fam, we out. My name's Chris. Esta. Adios.
Like I'm floating right up to the sky. So many homies that left me alone, but I never paid no mind. I just be focused on me, yeah, focused up on my grind. Cause I know one day they gon' realize they should've just stayed in my life. I feel like I'm floating right up to the sky. So many homies that left me alone, but I never paid no mind. I just be focused on me, yeah, focused up on my grind. Cause I know one day they gon' realize they should've just stayed in my life, yeah. Big moves, money moves, that is the way that I move. Always win, always learn, you won't ever see me lose. If I fall down once, I'ma get back too. Yeah, I feel like I'm floating right up to the sky. So many homies that left me alone, but I never paid no mind. I just be focused on me, yeah, focused up on my grind. Cause I know one day they gon' realize they should've just stayed in my life. I feel like I'm floating right up to the sky. So many homies that left me alone, but I never paid no mind. I just be focused on me.